activate the mat. Two microphones can be, I mean, two people can talk at the same time, although it's not very recommendable, but there is no problem. It's just that there are, yeah, and just that.
Vale, ya estoy.
Vale, ¿desde dónde se Ah, estás ya conectado, tú, ¿no?
Aquí estoy.
Vale, habrá que mutear aquí el micro también.
Yes, hello. Hello, good morning, everyone. Now, take your seat. Thank you. Thank you. So, welcome to Valencia. It's time to start. And in order to officially open the 3 days event, I leave the floor to our General Director of Industry, Energy and Mines of Generalitat Valenciana, Mrs. María Ampar Martínez Bonafé. The floor is yours.
Good morning, dear representative from European Commission, organizers, friends, and some battery industry promoters. I would like to say that for me it's an honor to share with you this day, this journey, because it's interesting that in Valencia we are thinking on batteries, we are thinking on storage, and we are thinking on industry. And we are sharing this knowledge with all of you and people that are working together from different regions, from different European regions in the aim to foster this industry and the opportunities that, that this offer. Yeah. And then I would like to start sharing with you the idea that you put in the presentation, no? in the organization of the day, that is the electric vehicles value chain is an opportunity for the Spanish region and as well, of course, in this field from Valencian community. We share this idea since some years ago. It's not a new idea. And this is because maybe now we have a very easy success to talk about, that is that Volkswagen decides to settle up the battery plant in Valencia, in Sagunto. Okay, this is an easy success to tell about, but it's not the only that I would like to talk today. We thought that just a short time to share with you some ideas about the industry policy from Valencian region. We work together with the representatives of companies, together with technological institutes, and together with some experts defining the strategy that we thought that we should deploy for giving support the competitiveness of our industry. And we defined the PAVE 2018-2023, the strategic plan from for the Valencian industry. As in this framework is where we work with automotive, we work with car industry, we work with energy industry, and it's in this context where we identify the need together with companies, always I point this, together with companies, not from our office, we identify of course the need of transformation the car industry. And then they said, we are not car industry, we are mobility industry. And it was in this context where we identified that we should work on batteries. Then we worked together with Institute Techonology of Energy, that after you will know more about this because of Maite is participating as well in the day, in the program. And then we identified that the need of batteries, the need of work deeper on storage will be a key issue. And then if we wanted to really transform the car industry, we really transform the industry in Valencian community, we should work in this. And then we start working in order with an objective, capture a significant proportion of the entire value chain of global battery market. and we identify, we make some diagnosis, and we identify some very good strengths, like our strategic location, but I would like to point the strength about the capacities that were set up in industries and in technological institutes. It was really, they really gave support the idea that we should work deeper on this. And then we create the Alianza Valenciana de Baterías, the Battery Alliance, Valencian Battery Alliance, in order to put together all the key actors that could work better in this. And then we put together technological players, industrial players, market players, and university or knowledge players, in order to work with this objective that, in order to get this objective that I said before, capture this part of the market and work deeper on the manufacturing batteries. We identify, luckily, we identify materials industry, cell battery manufacturing industry, of course, less than the other parts because it's more new, more recent, more in the field of R&D, but as well recycling and second life industry. I don't have to explain the importance of car industry in our region. It's one of the main sectors with more than 20,000 jobs directly involved, but maybe it's not known, for instance, the recycling industry. But I have to say that the association, the National Association of Recycling Industry, is set up in Valencia, it's based in Valencia as well. Then I point this because when we talk about mobility industry, we have to have a wide view, thinking on chemical, thinking on electronic, thinking on inteligencia artificial, thinking on different capacities that are very, very important together with, of course, the production of vehicles. Then, after, just to say that we created this alliance, trying to put together this kind of actors, and at the end, after more than 2 years working, we presented this alliance more than 1 year ago, in February 21. I say, for me, it's like it was yesterday, but not. Yeah, and of course, I think this slide is important, not only because you can see some well-known brands, it's because it shows that we have leadership, because we have an industry that is directly involved in leadership and new manufacturing, yeah, new way of manufacturing in our company, that is Power Electronics, that is leading some markets, like we say markets in electronic, and knowledge creators like Institute Techonology of Energy or another 2 important institutes in molecular science and in chemical. And then this with some industries that would like to go deeper in this field is where we can base our strengths in order to think that really battery, really mobility industry, new mobility industry could be important in our community. After each of these branches, there are capacities. There are capacities in chemical. For instance, Torrecidis is very well known in the field of ceramic, in the industry ceramic, but this knowledge is strategic and could be very useful to manufacture batteries. And this is because we think that it's very important to put together people, to put together capacities in order to be able to create something new. diversity is like the root of innovation, and then we try to put this, make this a reality in our community, but thinking on industry. Well, as well, I would like to share just some learnings that we obtain coming from the labs, from the strategic of the strategy for smart specialization. That was another route where we work on in, and it was more or less the same, that we identified that research and industrial application is a key issue, and to obtain more transfer, we have to share people coming from different spheres, and of course the need of leadership, the need of manufacturing clusters and industrial capacities, and the idea and the need of growth capacities in order to improve this. Then I don't have anything else to share with you, but I would like to end just saying that that I'm sure the day could be, or these 2 days, could be very useful for all of you. I'm interested in your results. I'm not able to share with you more time because I have to, well, new obligations today that it's impossible for me, but I identify some people that, and of course the organizer, that sure will let me know more about your results, and I'm very interested in it in order to introduce to include in our policy industry. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mrs. Mariampar, for this full overview of the Valencian ecosystem that I'm sure that will be a key player in the e-mobility transition. And now it's time to Dr. Mikel Arrinda, that is project coordinator of i-HeCoBatt project, that is the one that is the driving force of the present workshop. So please, Mikel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Isaac. First of all, thanks for the attendees to come. It's nice to see people face to face. And just the first thanks to the European Commission, because without him, this wouldn't happen. And thank a lot. And we will see many things. I will do 2 speeches, so we will see. You will see my face in some minutes. So thank you, and have a nice workshop.
Thank you, Mikel. So now it's my time. Welcome to everybody. Dear representatives of the European Commission, esteemed General Director of Industry, Energy and Mines of Generalitat Valenciana, CIDETEC colleagues coordinating the i-HeCoBatt project, authorities, present participants, virtual participants, dear sirs and madams, it's for me a pleasure to welcome you all to the Innovation and Networking Days on Battery Technologies and e-Vehicles. My name is Isaac Herraiz, and I'm Technical Director at LOMARTOV. LOMARTOV is an environmental engineering SME devoted to offer advanced technology services to boost and promote sustainable innovations. Battery and electric vehicles field have become one of our main interests and specialization during the last years through our participation in highly innovative European projects with the solid objective to strengthen the eco-consciousness in every single action of the project towards an improved environmental, economic, and social performance of all the new developments. i-HeCoBatt is one of these projects, and is opening this event with 2 days dedicated to present leading innovations and identify technological hotspots over the whole electric vehicle value chain. With this aim, we have gathered top-level representatives from the e-mobility sector as policymakers, industry, research institutes, and universities, covering from raw materials to pioneering EV components and also end-of-life possibilities. I take this opportunity to especially acknowledge the support of CIDETEC, leading the outstanding technological proposal of i-HeCoBatt project that you can discover during the meeting today. I thank the Expertus Forum to accept our invitation to go deep into the main technological challenge to succeed in the e-mobility full adoption, and also to our AstraBatt partners to some excellence during the discussion sessions. I thank all the speakers and attendees for dedicating your time and attention to our event and for helping us to shape a more sustainable mobility. I'm convinced that solid building blocks will emerge from the program discussions towards a greener electric vehicle value chain. Feel inspired, enjoy the discussions, be proactive, ask your questions, and for those of you that are here in person, save a bit of time to visit our beautiful city. And please use the networking breaks to further develop collaboration possibilities and toward this common objective. And I wish you a fruitful discussion, and I open the first part of the workshop, that is the Electromobility Technology Workshop, Driving a Greener Value Chain by i-HeCoBatt project. But first of all, I invite my colleague, Evelina Castellana, EU Project Coordinator at LOMARTOV, to introduce you to the working session and further instructions of this event. Please, Evelina.
Thank you very much, Isaac. And thanks to all the speakers for this inspiring and promising opening. Thank you especially to the General Director of Industry, Energy and Mines of the Generalitat Valenciana, i-HeCoBatt Project Coordinator, and also other colleagues from LOMARTOV. We will all meet them in the following sessions. So before giving the floor to our main facilitator of the next two roundtables, I would like to give you a few instructions and also, of course, to give a warm welcome to all the attendees here in person. I hope you had a safe and nice travel to Valencia, and a warm welcome. So in the welcome package you have received, you have the agenda of the event and a few more informations about the i-HeCoBatt project. If it's not the case, just please ask to our colleague. We will be happy to provide you that. And well, after 2 full years without meeting in person, it's for us a real pleasure to have the opportunity to celebrate this event in person. We are extremely glad to have this chance. And yes, now I would like to show a few rules, as I was mentioning. If we can have them on screen, so to allow us to maintain all the safety conditions, we recommend you to keep your mask while in the room, except for the speakers, also me. Sorry. And yes, use the hydraulic gel provided at the entrance, keep the safe distance as much as possible, and all the coffee breaks and lunches will be at the terrace just upstairs, so we can have the chance also to enjoy this very sunny and hot day in Valencia. And the most important rules, please remember to use this coffee and lunch break to network, to know all the participants, to exchange ideas and get inspired during this full 2 days of workshop. And for those of you attending online, nearly 100 attendees registered at this event. So thank you from all of you to follow us from all over Europe and also beyond. We hope you will enjoy the workshop also as if you were here. And we have a broad agenda, therefore after we'll leave the question session after each block, and you will have the chance to ask your questions through Slido. We are showing a brief minute the Slido code where you can connect and where you can ask your questions. Also, for those of you asking questions on Slido, we strongly recommend you to indicate the name of the speakers to whom you are directing the questions, so we know quite more easily who is more entitled to answer your questions. And I will not talk much more, so thank you all for your attention, for your attendance, and I will now leave the floor to the main facilitator of the next block dedicated to policymaker. His name is Pierre Padilla. He's a technology deployment policy advisor and founder of the innovation investing consultancy Enable. I leave you the floor, Pierre, and thank you very much to all of you.
Just to share, when I talked before, I talked about the strategy, I talk about policy, industry, but you know that a strategy and objectives need resources. If you don't put resources, sometimes strategies is quite a weakness. Then I should say something about this. One is that we are working together with, very, very close with the government of Spain in order to make that the PERTES, the strategic projects from that are led by government of Spain, really makes opportunities for our region. And then now in the PERTE BEC, electric vehicles, there are at least 4 projects that will be participated by Valencian companies or companies settled in Valencia, with base in Valencia. And we are very proud about this because I think it's an opportunity, a real opportunity to make a big next step. But if I take this time, it's because we have as well some grants that we promote from our regional government. One is the grants for small industries that where we give support to any kind of invest in machinery, patents, things like that, okay? Always trying to improve competitiveness. But just yesterday, and this is because I take the floor again, we opened a new call for grants for strategic industrial projects. Thinking in this kind of projects, thinking in projects that should be settled in a very short time, maybe in 22 and 23, but thinking on new things, new industry, and of course, this kind of batteries or projects that are trying in new mobility, new application of storage and things could fit very well this new call. And yes, I think it's an important information. We have very short time for applicants. And then this is because I take the floor again, just to say this information that I think it will be useful. Thank you very much, and really, I would like to stay with you, but I cannot. Thank you.
Gracias, Ampar. Look, if it is to announce that there is money coming in, well, yeah, definitely happy to welcome it. Thank you very much. Colleagues, thanks a lot for being here. I'm very stressed because this is one of the first events in such a long time. I didn't think it would happen in real. So I'm happy to see that you all exist, and I'm really delighted to animate the session this morning. So thanks a lot for coming. Thanks also to online colleagues who could join this morning. We do not forget you. We'll have some speakers. When I started my career, I didn't care much about sustainability, to be very honest with you. Everything was about how to deploy tech. And the good thing about my job is that I don't have to be smart, I have to be surrounded by smart people. And this is what happened. I discovered sustainability, circularity, renewable energies, and so on and so on. This is how this mix built up. And this mix, I find it today in a session. We'll speak about electromobility tech, we'll speak about deployment, we'll focus on sustainability, we will speak of all these different topics, even about money, be it grants, be it risk capital. So I'm quite excited. And Before I start, I will just introduce myself very quickly. I'm Pierre Padilla. I'm the founder of Enable, which is an advisory focusing on innovation investments. So we have activities in the battery industry with the European Commission, with some battery industrial players, but also some, I would say, industrial alliances. I'm thinking, for example, of the SBMC, which is represented today by Hiba, and who will let us know more about battery swapping for L vehicles. What I would propose is that before we start the session, that I first thank also our colleagues from LOMARTOV, who have been doing a great job in organizing this session. We know how logistical and content stress it can be, so thanks a lot and congratulations to the team. And of course, I want to reiterate, thanks a lot to the Commission, thanks a lot to the Comunidad de la Valenciana, and of course, thanks to the team of the project that is organizing this session. I would like to leave the floor to two colleagues who are calling us from Brussels. They were supposed to be here, but of course, as you know, we have still a lot of constraints over traveling. We will have a small speech from Guido Sacchetto and from Jay Scopping. Just checking if you guys are online with us.
Yes, I'm online, Guido speaking. I hope you can hear me well.
Amazing. Yeah. Thank you very much.
And I'm online as well, James Copping.
Welcome very much. Straight live from Brussels. Look, I would like to start first with Guido Sacchetto. Guido, you're, since 2012, you've been working at the European Commission. If I'm not mistaken, you're working on zero emission mobility, so ZEM, quite a hot topic. And for the unit C2, Future Urban Mobility Systems, for DG RTD, which we all know is the Director General in the Commission handling research and innovation funding and trying to get us from research to market. You're also in charge of the partnership towards zero emission road transport, to zero, which has been providing quite some funding for interesting projects. We'll do so still in the coming years, and is being funded by the Horizon Europe program, which I'm sure most of you know, and if you don't, well, I'm sure Guido will let us know more. Guido, the floor is yours.
Yes, precisely, and thanks again for this kind introduction, for the invitation to speak today in front of you. I'm sorry not to be physically present with you, but as you said, still some constraint and a lot of things to be done still in the coming weeks, because as I will be showing now, we are working on the definition of the work program for the coming years, 23-24. And as you said, maybe as not all of you are so familiar with Horizon Europe, I'm entering into this detail and try to explain you a little bit more on what it is Horizon Europe and the partnership. And as you said, I'm coordinating one of the partnership, which is 2.0, particularly working on zero emission vehicles, which is absolutely of interest for you, I guess. Okay, let me start. As I said, we'll be talking about Horizon Europe. Before that, I will just give a short introduction of the transport policy context, because of course, we need to understand what we're talking about, just to set the scene and to better understand the links. We know that, of course, we're working for the Green Deal, so to have Europe as a climate-neutral continent by 2050. I think there's still some problem with slides. Okay, here they are. It just takes some seconds for me to see them in the screen, but I see it's working. So as you know, we're on the path, this ambitious path, to reach a minus 55% emission by 2030, and these are the obligation. I don't know, something disappeared, the slide disappeared. Okay, perfect. These are legal obligation of the European climate law, and this is a wonderful opportunity and the challenge of our time, the Green Deal. And it's really an opportunity to build, as we heard, the new economic model, and the activities that you will be presenting in the coming 2 days would be around this, around understanding what are the opportunities and where we're heading to. So this is absolutely a major opportunity for the industry to create markets and clean technologies and products, because our transition aims at offering, as it's clear here, some clean, accessible and affordable transport, even in the most remote areas. I remind also, maybe more in detail, the Sustainable Smart Mobility Strategy published by the Commission some time ago. It's 82 initiatives in 10 key areas for action, identified as flagship, and we have some clear targets and milestones. So by 2030, we do expect to have at least 30 million zero-emission cars in operation. and 80,000 zero-emission heavy-duty vehicle lorries in operation in Europe. We want to have 100 European cities to be climate neutral by 2030, and this is something, I don't know, well, it was published some days ago, the mission on cities, and the list of the 100 the 100 cities that have been retained for that. I don't know if I have the link in this presentation, I don't think so, but if the case, please do check and see which city is even in Spain will be climate neutral by 2030. Automated mobility will be deployed at large scale by 2030, we expect, with a huge, well, not huge enough as I would like to have, but more spread than enough public recharging network. So 3 million recharging points, more than 1,000 hydrogen stations. By 2050, as you know, we want to go almost to be all zero emission, and with a strong TEN-T network operational already. Maybe we go then, I'm not remembering you again here, the Fit for 55, and also the Repower EU communication that are even putting strong ambition on these activities and the strategies that we outlined. I'll be then now presenting you the Horizon Europe program without entering into many details, but just to remind you what the structure of Horizon Europe. So as you see, let's take the central part of this slide. You see the 3 pillars: excellent science, global challenges, and innovative Europe. So the two on the side, let's say excellent science and innovative Europe, are based bottom-up approach, while the global challenges are top-down approach. So we do select and we organize the area based on the strategies and priorities defined by the policy context. And as you see, identified in red is climate, energy, and mobility, because this is what we will be discussing today, and the partnership I'll be presenting are into this cluster, which is climate, energy, and mobility, put together because it really makes sense to have a unique cluster, reassembling these activities that are strongly interlinked. On the overview, this is of the cluster 5. We're talking about around 15 billion for the period 21-27. So we have the work program, the institutional partnership, and the mission. As I said, mission on cities, which is quite interesting. And on the left, you see all the different areas and the areas that will touch by the cluster 5 activities. This is just to give you an overview, but then we enter into multiple of the details of the partnership, because I would like to introduce you this instrument. It's really interesting for you, I guess, as strong actors in these areas. We have the institutional, the co-funded, and co-program partnership. I'll be presenting you 2.0 partnership and also BAT for You partnership. And these are 2 co-program partnerships that you can see on the right. Well, for you, it's on the left side of the screen, I guess. So co-program, it means that it's organized as, well, there is a part which is directly funded by the European Commission, and then we'll see how much for this different partnership. And there is also an additional contribution which is supposed to have coming, well, a commitment by the industry to cover at least the same, to match the amount put by the European Union. We see now, for example, and we start with 2.0, what is it, the main objective, the budget, 650 million for the coming years, as we said. And, well, let's start maybe on the top. Top, I think, right for you, you see that 2.0 is not working in isolation. The objective is to accelerate and develop and deploy zero tailpipe emission transport in Europe with the system approach. This is what has been changing from the previous European Green Cars Initiative and European Green Vehicles Initiative after FP7 and under Horizon 2020. Now under Horizon Europe 2.0 will be having a more systemic approach, linking the vehicle, the recharge infrastructure, and the grid. But of course, we cannot work in isolation. This is the logic of this image picture showing 2.0 and the connection that they have with clean hydrogen, with batteries, with key digital technologies, and with CICAM. So all this area to create a network of all road transport activities for the 2.0 in particular, except maybe the 2 parts, CICAM and key digital technologies, because obviously we do need a strong contribution and to use the result of this area in the integration and validation of all the solutions into the vehicle. And you see on the bottom of this slide how this works for clean hydrogen and for batteries partnership. So you see really that 2.0 will integrate and validate the solution brought out by the different partnership into the vehicle, and then try to demonstrate and to see how they work, control them, and put them into the grid and into the system. In 2021 and 2022, and there is a slide which a little bit more detail, we focus on some main areas, which were heavy-duty vehicles in particular, charge infrastructure, some vehicle technologies and propulsion solutions, so power electronic motors, and life cycle assessment circularity, because it's one of the main points of all the activities in this area. If I go to the next slide, I'll show you also what are the pillars around which 2.0 has been structured. So it's 4 pillars because, as we said, we want to see and understand what is the system perspective. So we have the vehicle technology and vehicle propulsion solutions for battery electric vehicles and fuel cells, because obviously we're taking care of both. The integration of battery electric vehicles into the energy system and the charge infrastructure. The innovative concept solution and services for the mobility of people and goods. Remember, logistics is really important for us as well. And LCA and circular economy. This doesn't mean, and this is the idea of the structure, how do they focus on the different objectives that we would like to achieve. It's clear that this is the structure to take care and to include all different points of view. It doesn't mean that in the 2.0 work program, you will see specific topic addressing one of the 4 pillars, because this is just the point of view to be taken into consideration in each of the activities that 2.0 will be developing. We go to a second to see what is Battery for Europe. So it's a partnership for industrial battery value chain, but I know that you'll be hearing a lot about the Battery for Europe in the coming days, and I hope you have the opportunity. I think Wouter will be present as well. So enter into contact to understand the activities. Please join and help us, because we're working for the benefit of industry in this area. And we want the industry to be involved and committed with us, with all the different activities that we are promoting. So just to remind you that you see it's the industrial battery value chain. So I know that you can be involved in some of the activities already here. Not entering into the details because, as I said, you will hear it, I guess, more in details in the coming days. But I go to, yes, just for you to understand a second what are the main areas for a program in 21-22. So you see the areas there. And the objectives we heard already, we know to establish by 2030 the best in world innovation ecosystem with a budget which is important. It's 925 million of EC contribution. So please try to be involved. This is my suggestion again. Why? Because batteries, there will be a massive need of batteries, and we do expect a huge amount. As you can see from this graph, and this is something developed by Battery Europe Strategic Research Agenda, you will see that it's 14 times what we had in 2018. And you see the part of electromobility is so relevant that we need to focus and to really attract, enter into this area and try to get the best benefit for us and for our industry and for our citizens, of course. You see the share of EU that we do expect by 2030, but this is what just to give you an overview total. And now I would enter more into the Cluster 5 work program to show you how it works, and maybe just for you to have a higher comprehension of the different activities presented. As we said, touching different areas. We saw it in the first slide before. So you see the contribution per thematic area. A lot of different activities, and you can see on the confounded partnership and the program partnership how much has been already allocated by 21 and 22. But this is just a general overview. If we enter into more details and we go to see what has been funded in 2.0 and Battery for Europe partnership, you will see that we had for 2.0, for example, 197 million in the first work program. Remember and check top right for you, I guess, EC funding and tender portal. There you can find all the information you need to understand how to work with the different activities under Horizon Europe and to join the possibility and to develop topic and to present proposal for some projects. Okay. The main objectives, you know, is the development and deployment of zero-emission transport to accelerate it. We had 7 topics, as I said, I presented before, the generic area. These are complete title. And you see there was a strong interest with 3 to 4 times the proposal submitted respect to the selected projects. Because of course there is a strong request, but not so strong. I mean, you still have the possibility, and please do apply to all this funding, present your proposal, because as you see, there is a good percentage of success in any case, because we're talking of 1 project out of 4, which is a lot, honestly, from this point of view. If we see Battery for Europe, 293 million, the 2 call October and September 21-22, objective, the main areas, here you see them again, it's reduced because there were too many topics, and you see that we have here as well, for the first part, 22 projects selected out of 61 proposal presented. 160 million in the first call and 133 in the second call deadline that closed in September, that will close in September 2022. Please take this opportunity, study, enter, read the details, and be involved in this as well. Let's move to what is the future. Also, I'll try to reduce a little bit my intervention, so to give you more time also for question and answer session if it's needed. As I said, we're still also discussing the work program 23-24 because now we're coming to the final draft, which is supposed to come by the end of June. So we already have 2 iterations with stakeholders, and because of course this is developed in close cooperation with the partnership stakeholders, and this is why we call it the co-program partnership, because we do program with the partners, the industrial partners, the technology partners that are committed and involved in the different partnerships. So it's already a 3rd iteration. We're coming to the final draft. Of course, it will not be published immediately, but it will be published after the summer, still to be defined. The topics are obviously in line with the strategic research innovation agendas of the partnership, which is the main document defining what are the priorities, the idea, and the plans for activity for the 7 years of the partnership. Of course, the STRIA is not written in stone. It can be revised. It has to be revised at least once during the lifetime of the partnership. One thing I didn't clarify maybe enough is the synergies that we're trying to have into the next work program, but we already started the first work program because you might remember that there was a topic, 2.0 and Battery for Europe, a joint topic, so pulling together a common budget and having a unique life cycle assessment for the batteries related to mobility. So the idea was really to define the methodology all together, sitting at the table, Battery 2.0, and of course the Commission, because we will be joining and supporting this, to develop what is the common methodology for all the actors in the area. So this was just an overview of where we are with the 23-24. And I would remind you that you will find in the work program destinations. Check destination number 2 because batteries will be included there. Check destination 5, clean and competitive solution for all transport mode, because 2.0, zero emission road transport, will be included. If it's of interest of you also, you can check connected, cooperative and automated mobility, which is under destination 6 of the work program. My last slide, and then I leave it for question and answer session. Well, before I think James will be talking after me. I remind you of a very important event that will take place in November 2022 in Lisbon. It's the TRA, Transport Research Arena. This is a wonderful event and conference, 3 days, 4 days conference. It's 3.5 if I do remember well. To understand that divided in plenary sessions, strategic sessions, scientific and technical session, networking, but also the exhibition area. To present, to showcase what you have done, but also to network, to talk with some additional actors in the area you're involved in. Because of course, we will be covering all the different aspects of all transport modes, so not only road transport. But it's absolutely relevant, and I strongly suggest you to check, and if it's possible, to attend. With this, I think I'm done. Yes, let me see. I would like to thank you again for the invitation and wish you a wonderful and interesting event for the coming 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Guido. Much appreciated, and we'll definitely be in TRA. I'm just looking at the audience to see if there are any pressing questions. I have time for maximum 2. And if not, then I will invite James to take the floor. Any questions so far? I think it was very clear, Guido. So thank you very much. I see, sorry about that. I have an anonymous question. Hi, and thank you very much for the opportunity to join online. Will the presentation from the European Commission and speakers later be shared online? And I guess the answer is yes. I'm looking at the organizers and the boss of it all, Evelina. Okay, thank you very much. So we will share the presentation and the material. Guido, thanks again. I will now invite James to take the floor. So James, you have been working in this area for quite a while. You have greetings actually from colleagues of mine, Emmanuel Boudard and Bernard Gendrose. You've been now in DG Grow for a while. You need, since 2017, if I'm not mistaken, you've been working on the European Battery Alliance and its launch. Now you're working on this kind of issue, and you've played a particular role, if I'm not mistaken, on the skills agenda as well, state aid, IPCEI as well, so important projects of common interest for Europe. And of course, you're working for the DG now that is focusing on the internal market, SMEs, in the business and industrial policy. James, welcome with us. And did we lose James? It's the beauty of digital. James, you're back. Are you with us? I'm on mute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, James, I can hear you, but I don't know.
I think this is, we're in a loop, Guido. Let's.
I think there are a problem. Yes, I don't know what.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be working now, but with echo. Well, we are working on batteries, not on digital, so.
Okay. Colleagues, can you hear me?
Yes.
In Valencia.
James, we hear you.
I can hear James, but can anyone else?
Yeah, I'm going to send an email, see if I can.
Yes, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you, but I cannot do anything.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Then, thank you very much. Apologies for that disconnection, and thank you also for putting the screen on, my slides on screen, and for managing those for me. Then just to begin, I had a very nice and kind introduction. Working in DG Grow, which is the industrial policy part of the Commission, and we have been involved in the mobility a unit which I've been in since 2017, in supporting the development of the EU battery chain. And I'm very sorry that I'm not able to be with you today, especially as Valencia is a city I visited a few times, and for personal reasons, very sorry that I cannot be in Valencia. In this presentation, I want to set out how the EU, the objectives for the EU for developing the battery chain. What are the objectives for developing the battery value chain in the EU, and how we've gone about it. Give some ideas of the tools that we've used, to give you some background about the role of the EU in supporting this important strategic sector. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So, I go through this very quickly because Guido has also explained this very well. We're starting with a very important policy objective, particularly on the climate, with the overall objective of climate neutrality by 2050, set out in the Green Deal that was adopted by this Commission when it first came into office. As we all know well, transport has to play a very important role in this area, given that it is a significant contributor to the EU's total CO2 emissions. And the EU is committed to reduce 90% of the transport sector's emissions by 2050. This is a really important goal, which is supporting our industrial strategy as well, and of course is a big focus for researchers. We've heard from Guido already. If we could go to the next slide, please. So just to go into a little bit more detail here, Guido has already mentioned the elements of the Green Deal and sustainable smart mobility strategy, which is important. But this is also picked up in our industrial policy as well, where we've identified strategic areas within the European economy for support and to develop resilience in these strategic areas, and batteries is one of the leading areas. It's and given the challenges we've had with COVID and supply chain disruptions, this is becoming a more important part of the Commission's policy. But of course, the industry are not waiting for this. We have the development of huge investments by the European car industry. As you all know in Valencia very well, that VW has a very big program of developing 6 gigafactories throughout Europe, of which one will be in Sagunt. But just as a few examples of other policies, Volvo has the objective of 50% reduction, to produce 50% of its heavy-duty vehicles as electric vehicles by 2030. Renault has announced a 26 billion electrification program, also to develop its own battery capacity, and like many other major manufacturers, is developing new electric vehicle models from scratch, rather than simply adapting existing models. And a number of companies, Audi included, have then made their announcements about ending internal combustion engine, petrol and diesel cars in Europe by 2025. And you're also seeing a reflection of this this shift to electric vehicles in consumer demand. While overall car sales were down, there were 37% of car sales in 2021 in Europe were either hybrid or electric vehicles, a significant increase, while demand for petrol cars fell by a third and diesel cars by 50%. So we really are seeing a huge transformation. If we could go to the next slide. So, in the light of this, the batteries, of course, have a strategic importance for the economy. They're the key enabling technology for e-mobility and zero-emission energy storage, and it's vital as a vital part of our economy. It's the European Commission's policy that we need the EU to be a significant player in the development of and production of batteries. If we're going to retain the EU as a global centre for automotive innovation and competitiveness, we also want, of course, to support the creation and retention of skilled jobs in the EU, on which batteries requires a significant number, and also to ensure that on this very strategic area that we want a significant part of the battery value chain developed in the EU. And when we started looking at this in 2017, we saw there was a long way to go, given that that time the EU only produced about 3% of the world's batteries. So what we were going to do about it. If we can go to the next slide, please. So a key area for us has been the tool which really started with the Battery Alliance, which is the development of industrial alliances, which is to try and find a framework which will bring all the key players together so that we can work towards finding a way to generate investment in this important area, but do it in a way that, from the from the Commission's perspective, we do it in a way that everyone has an opportunity to participate. The objectives are clear, and we have an alliance of member states, of industry, other institutions, organizations that spread across the European Union. And through that alliance, identify ways we can develop and use EU tools to support this sector. If I can go to the next slide, please. So what emerged was initially in 2017 a number of meetings with member states, with industry and other actors to identify what needed to be done to help establish a complete, competitive and sustainable battery value chain in the EU, which is fully integrated into our economy. These discussions involving also EU institutions such as the European Investment Bank, EIT Energy, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, although that at a more later stage, was the European Battery Alliance, which launched, and in May 2018, a battery action plan was set out, established, which set out a number of areas where the EU, the Commission in particular, felt we could make a massive contribution to supporting the development of the battery value chain. If I can go to the next slide, please. So the European Battery Alliance identified a number of tools that can be used to support the key areas of the battery value chain. And what I'd like to do in the next few slides is just highlight some of the key actions. Research is a very important part of this process, but I won't mention that, given the excellent and detailed presentation you just had by Guido. But I will. That is a very important part of the work of the European Battery Alliance. If we can go on to the next slide, please. So, financing. This is, of course, a key issue. We heard at the beginning, it's with all strategies and policies, a key issue is what is the financing underpinning these projects. So one of the key objectives, particularly at the beginning of the work of the European Battery Alliance, was to see how we could tackle what was really a market failure in the EU. Everyone could see the importance of batteries, and there are companies more than willing to invest and member states to support this investment. But really, it needed something to kickstart this process because this investment was not happening. And in the European Battery Strategy, we identified the tool of the important projects of common European interest. And this is a very important tool. It's a state aid instrument, so it doesn't directly involve EU money, but it allows member states to invest more in state aid than would normally be possible. But it's specifically designed as an instrument to tackle areas where there's a big market failure. It was certainly the case with batteries in 2018. Can focus on support for this beyond the state-of-the-art innovation, support projects across Europe, and ensure that there are spillover effects that can benefit the whole of the EU. There have been two important projects of common European interest in batteries. One in December 2019 was launched, and the second one just over a year ago in January 2021. And although you can't see the detail on the slide, this is too busy, you can see that on the second one, there is 12 member states, nearly around 40 different companies who've established a whole network of projects, interlinking projects across the value chain, supported by 2.9 billion in state aid and a further it'd be 5 billion in 9 billion in private sector investment as well. So that's and this has really helped to provide some confidence for other investments in the EU, and I will come back to that at the end of the presentation. If I can go on to the next slide. One of the key areas, and this has become particularly important in the last couple of years, is access to raw materials. We have an increasingly globally competitive market in this area, and we've looked at existing proposals to support EU raw materials to see how we can develop those to ensure that they support the battery value chain. So we have an EU action plan on critical raw materials, which is all about developing greater resilience, encouraging circularity, and highlighting in particular the importance of sustainable sourcing and processing in the European Union. In September last year, the Commission published the EU Principles for Sustainable Raw Materials. It's a voluntary code for industry. On a regular basis, the Commission identifies a critical raw materials list for all aspects of the economy. With raw materials on this list, the aim is to highlight those areas of raw materials where there is specific action needed, areas where we could use as focus for trade agreements, and to promote research and innovation. And at the last publication of the list, cobalt, lithium, and natural graphite was added, which are critical for battery manufacturing. And rather like with the European Battery Alliance as an inspiration, the European Raw Materials Alliance was launched to make the EU more economically resilient by diversifying supply chains, attracting investment to raw materials in the value chain. And I have a link there to find out more about the work of this alliance. If I can go on to the next slide, please. A critical issue is the issue of skills. And rather like raw materials, this is an area which is turning into a bit of a bottleneck in terms of the growth of the European industry. So we've had dramatic growth in the EU battery ecosystem across many European countries. The InnoEnergy that provides support to the European Battery Alliance on industrial areas estimated that the 3 to 4 million jobs, direct and indirect, could be created by 2025, and at least 800,000 will need to be reskilled. And there's a huge shortage of the specific skills in not only in chemistry, but also in the managing the mass production of highly complex products like batteries. And a number of companies we talk to already talk about a significant shortage. For example, Northvolt in Sweden has the biggest, is one of the biggest European manufacturers, has a workforce at the moment over 3,000, but already has 447 vacancies and employs 111 different nationalities from around the world. So we're also in competition for skilled employees, a global competition. There are a number of EU initiatives here. I will just mention them very briefly. In particular, the i-HeCoBatt project, which is an Erasmus Plus project, which is looking at identifying skill needs, skill gaps, ways to develop training programs and tools to support pan-European access to jobs, such as common understanding of job roles and competencies, etc. That work is very important for the long term, but will finish its work in 2023 with a long-term strategy in this area. And there's a similar work for the automotive sector in Drive's project, again an Erasmus Plus project, supported by an Automotive Skills Alliance, which is also looking at developing regional pilot projects for the automotive sector as a whole. But I particularly wanted to highlight the work of the EBA Battery Academy, which was formally launched at the beginning of this year, but has already started work last year. And this is launched by InnoEnergy to develop courses that can be deployed immediately. And there are already last year, Spain led the way by signing the first memorandum of understanding with the Battery Academy for a program that could lead to the reskilling of 150,000 workers. So it's a major project, and it's a project that's based on using courses that already exist and using local trainers to deliver those programs. So that, once it gets underway, will be an important contribution. If we could go on to the next slide, please. I'll just mention this very briefly. We're in the final stages of developing a new battery legislation, which is to ensure that only high-quality batteries are placed on the market, and the batteries are placed with the lowest possible environmental impact. And the batteries should, of course, be safe and effective. It's also designed to promote circular economy with targets for collection and recycling. And the battery legislation will look at all aspects of the life cycle of batteries. It'll also, with this legislation in place, lead to greater legal certainty for the EU industry for investment. This was proposed by the Commission in December 2020. The European Parliament and the Council have finished their own discussions and negotiations on the proposal, and we're in the final stages agreement with a hope that we'll have this in place by the end of this year. This will be a very important basis for the long-term future of this sector. If we go on to the next slide, please. So just really some early indications that there is some success. I won't put this all down to the European Battery Alliance. Of course, a lot is down to national, regional objectives and to the major investments by industry. But we have the last review of InnoEnergy shows there are 111 major battery-related projects throughout the EU, including over 20 gigafactories. Planned or under construction, which of course includes Spain, as we've heard. We've already had 127 billion invested in the battery system, either already spent or clearly committed. And the EU has gone from 3% of world capacity to already become, well, due to become the second largest producer of batteries after China by 2024. And we're on track to be nearly self-sufficient, 89% or so, in battery production by 2030. So significant progress. Coming towards the end of my presentation, I just wanted the next slide, please. I see that I don't see the next slide on my screen. Yes, oh, thank you very much. Just to say that the European Battery Alliance has formed the basis for other alliances which are set out there, including the Raw Materials Alliance that I mentioned, but also the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, which is becoming a major player in supporting this important sector, and ones on semiconductors and other areas, and most recently on the low carbon fuels value chain, with others to be announced or launched shortly as set out there. So I think just the point of this is to say that in terms of industrial policy, bringing together issues such as sustainability, such as resilience and competitiveness, the Industrial Alliance is an important policy tool of the European Commission, and one that is, at least in the Battery Alliance, and is beginning to show in other alliances as well, as being a very effective way in bringing key players together and really kick-starting innovation and support for innovation and competitiveness in strategic areas. And at that point, in my final slide, just to say thank you very much for inviting me to take part, and I look forward to hearing the next session and to answering any questions that there are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Much appreciated. If there's really an area where the Commission has stepped up quite strongly, it's really this area of batteries. I'm just looking at the audience. Time flies, and if there is one question, I can take it now. Otherwise, I propose to kick off the panels. All right. No questions so far? Well, Guido, James, it has been very clear. Thanks a lot for your commitment, and thanks a lot for all the efforts made, because we know that both individually you've been fighting quite strongly to make that happen. So thank you very much. I would propose now to move to the roundtable number 1, which is on the EV value chain, the current future technologies. So I will ask my real experts to join in. So Oscar, Maite, please. I think that Javier is also in the group. Please come in, take a seat. Señor Villar, Joaquín should be online as well, and Eugenio. Mucho gusto. All right. And of course, we are a little bit late on the agenda because I am French, so I speak too much. So we will have to stop at 11 on dot. Thank you very much. What I will propose is simply, please give them a round of applause already. Thank you. It is Tuesday morning and we will be on the grill for 40 minutes. Colleagues, thanks a lot for joining. Is Joaquín online?
Yes, I'm here in Seville.
Oh yes, Joaquín, good to have you. I will simply propose to start with a real quick tour de table so that everyone introduces him or herself. Very quickly, first name, position and company or institute. Shall we start with you, Eugenio?
No problem. So I'm Eugenio Dominguez. I'm the CEO of HeCoBatt, a technological company.
You have to press the button of the mic. And get the mic close to you.
Now, can you hear me? Okay, I'm Eugenio Dominguez. I'm the CEO of HeCoBatt, a technological company developing energy storage. But also, I'm here representing i-HeCoBatt, that is the Spanish Association for Energy Storage, in which I'm the vice president of it. So, Javier.
So, hello everybody, I'm Javier Barahona. I'm the CEO of Averbian, which is a technological company that develops engineering around electric vehicle and energy storage. And I'm here in representation of the Valencian Association of the Electric Vehicle, the AVE, and it's a pleasure being here.
Okay, I'm Maite Gil. I work at Instituto Tecnológico de la Energía, ITE. I'm the responsible of the chemistry area. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oscar Miguel. I work for CIDETEC Energy Storage as Deputy Director. And it's for me a nice pleasure to be here today, physically, at last. And well, I wish you all a good session and a good workshop.
Thank you. And online, Joaquin?
Yes, I'm Joaquin Villar from the Andalusian Energy Agency, and I'm representing here the partnership on advanced material for batteries.
Thank you very much. Welcome to everyone. Look, I would just like to shoot one specific question to the group, which is very simple. We've been hearing already Commission colleagues speak about, our dependence on raw materials, on our way towards sustainability. Very open question to the group. Could you please spot the top research trends that you think contribute to this sustainability aspect? I'm thinking also of, mainly the material dependencies as well. I'm thinking of the graphite. I'm thinking of, the 3 raw material streams that were pointed out. Could you please maybe shoot out a few top research innovation trends that you see popping up and on our agenda today? Maybe starting with you, Maite, because you have a lead researcher here.
Okay, here in Europe we have good capacities in the industrial and research base for production of batteries, but batteries are made of these advanced materials, and the pushing nowadays the global this increasing gigafactory in that moment, they make the raw materials that's so important. And there is, as the previous speaker talked about, there are, from the Commission, a critical raw material list, and there are 3 of them that we use, lithium and cobalt and natural graphite, that they are involved. So we need to push for going to a sustainable value chain here in Europe, and research, in my opinion, should go for this reduction of using these materials. Maybe we can decrease the use of the cobalt in NMC cathode material. Another thing, another strategy could be the substitution of these materials, going to another technologies, maybe technologies that are less mature than lithium, such as sodium or aluminum, for example. And this is really necessary to go to the recycling industry. Recycling to increase the sustainability and closing the loop of the sustainability. These are the main important research from my side.
Okay, thank you, Maite. Quite exhaustive. Oscar?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, raw materials is, of course, a hot spot and a critical point in the value chain in batteries. But I would like to put the stress also in not only in the raw materials themselves, because it's well known that in Europe, I mean, we have some scarcity or limited natural resources for battery materials. But I would like to put the stress also in the refining of such raw materials, because it's not only the point of having or not having having security access to the source in the earth, but the ability to process into battery-grade materials of high quality. It's well known that we have some companies in Europe very well known for their position there, but probably not covering completely the value chain of materials that we need to build batteries. It's well known that today China is home of many refining capabilities, and it means that, I mean, taking it to the extreme situation, we can have some resources, but if we need to send them somewhere else, like in China for processing, at the end we are buying battery material from somewhere else. So, I mean, we need to go in parallel. The capability to optimize what we have in Europe, and what we have is not only what is underground, it's also what can recover through recycling and sustainability. I think you, Pierre, you mentioned at the beginning, when you started your career, sustainability was not so high in the priorities. Maybe it was, but not with the the same visibility than today. For me, it was the same feeling when you were speaking. And today it's clear that needs to be absolutely high in the priorities, because what we have in our post-consumer goods is also very valuable, and this is particularly true in battery. And we need to refine as well the recycled products. So I think.
Yeah, because when we speak to industry, I mean, some people are freaking out about cobalt recovery, for example. I mean, do you see an avenue there? Do you already see some tracks that are interested to explore on the research, from a research point of view? Is that something that that you see clear in so far, or is it still a blurry landscape of how we will make it happen? What do you think?
Let's see what will happen, no? But it is an imperative. We should go in that direction. But maybe the methods are not really optimized for doing that, but is an important direction to recycle.
Excellent. Eugenio?
Okay, I would like to move to another place. You know,
please.
Energy storage, both for stationary or electromobility, is more than the cell. It's more than the battery. Because at the end, the system it's a combination of things. Okay, you have the battery, you have the cell, you have everything that stores the energy. But if you don't have intelligence, if you don't have power electronics, you don't have the integration of everything, you will have nothing. Both for electromobility and the stationary system. And this is a place where Europe have a complete advantage to other places. We have the knowledge, we have the research centers, we have the companies in terms of power electronics. The largest companies of power electronics come from Europe, and most of them from Spain. But also the intelligence, the capability for providing services. The same for a stationary and for electromobility. If you don't have a complete intelligence that can extract a maximum of the battery, you will have nothing. So I think it will be one of the most important trends and most important advantages that we have here in Europe.
Very clear. So quite business-oriented already, in a way.
But it's for nothing.
No, it's true, it's true. And I think we will have a couple of questions how we can accelerate the deployment, right? And that relates, as you said, I mean, there is the integration part, there is the commercialization, but there is the entire commercial offering behind it, of course. I think that speaks to you as well, Javier.
Yeah, I have to move in the same line that Eugenio. I think Maite and Oscar can talk as a lot of chemical about batteries, but there is just one of the, I think, 3 lines that has been in research in the current, in the meanwhile. I think one line is the chemical. We have to keep improving the lithium-ion technologies and solve all the problems around the supply chain nowadays. But we have also to keep moving to new technologies such as solid state, flow batteries, aluminum, sodium, etc. But on the other way, we have to keep working also from the design point of view. I think we have arrived to the limit in terms of cell design from a mechanical point of view. We have pouch, cylindrical, prismatical, and for each use case we can choose one or other. No? But in terms of structural design on housing and electrical mechanical design of batteries, there is also, and I'm happy to see the topic of this project from the cooling point of view, from structural batteries. There is also a lot of research and develop in this way. No? And finally, what Eugenio was saying, there are a lot of research and development involved in communication, intelligence, monitoring, sensing on batteries, all related with the BMS, all the algorithms, the calculus of state of charge, state of health, the strategy around temperature control, safety control, etc.
Yeah, so a bit of data as well. Please, Oscar.
Yeah, if I can add something on top of what you are telling. I mean, you are talking about something that is also very high in the priorities. Without wording it, I will do for you. Digitalization is the other big topic, together with sustainability, that will help us undoubtedly to develop better batteries faster, to make them to operate more efficiently to assist in operational maintenance. I think it's the other big mega trend in order to be more efficient, not only in the discovery process, also the manufacturing and the performance, and making them lasting longer, which is at the end what we want to see.
That's a key point. I mean, we are always talking about just the research into the more beginning stage, but there is also a huge amount of resources that has to be destinated in order to the industrialization, the battery industrialization, to make processes more efficiencies and to lower prices of battery finance.
So that's the place where the EV electromobility and the stationary storage merge in the same place, because the EV batteries could be part of the stationary storage, such using the knowledge and the digitalization on how to integrate the EV vehicles on the grid, and where the storage as a stationary could help for improving all the facilities for recharging the electric vehicles. So, but it will happen when we will have the same use or the same way to use both kind of storage through the digitalization.
So that means also common protocols. That means
exactly. Yeah. In terms of the how you will manage the grid, you don't have to think about if this is a EV mobility battery or a stationary battery. It's a storage, and you have to use it as equal. So, but the way to do this is to have a standard about how you will integrate the batteries on the grid.
Excellent. And I was about to ask because, well, AI, machine learning, and so on, we're speaking of smart charging, recharging, and things like that. Is it more important for thermal management, for example, or is it more an interoperability issue as such? What would be the key top line for AI at this stage? Where would you see it, the top priority for AI deployment?
Well, you know, the EV facilities and the EV charging station that at the end will be the thing that will accelerate in the electromobility, it's a nightmare for the grid operator.
Okay.
It's a completely a nightmare for them. And if you, because at the end, you will have such a kind of load that you will never know when it's going to be happen. All the information that you have, the trends about the loads that you have from the history of the electricity, it will never works again. So the IA will help you to understand how to use it and when you have to have the system prepared for that. So it's a key part. Without that, you will not have a completely integrated EV charging strategy and EV charging facility in the grid.
Excellent. And Javier, you mentioned...
And
yeah. Por favor, yes.
Yes, if I can add something, this is also an opportunity for renewable energy, to integrate also renewable energy in the battery storage. Mainly if we talk about auto-consumption. So we have photovoltaics, electric vehicles, battery storage, and the intelligence of the system.
Very clear. Thanks, Joaquin. And you mentioned, Javier, you mentioned the fact that we were reaching the limits, you know, of current designs, for example. And would you agree, Oscar? Is it something when you think of new chemistries, design, and so on? Do you think that we are reaching the top? Do you think that from a sustainability perspective, are we there? Do we need to explore other avenues?
I mean, yeah, I mean, my short answer would be that, okay, for today's batteries are able to satisfy, well, I would say a reasonably good level of performance and durability, but there is much to do. I mean, the story hasn't finished. So with the technologies that we have today, there's much room for improvement in terms of everything. I mean, from improving and optimizing, for example, at the cell level in terms of energy density, durability, but also in terms of the integration. For example, today, I mean, the trend is clearly for the automotive in the concept of cell-to-pack, in the previous way of doing that puts cells into modules, and then you need to package the modules into packs. So we are in a fight, let's say, to optimize and reduce at the most the auxiliary parts of the battery pack, removing extra weight and making more efficient the package of energy. And I think this is a strong trend. At the same time, we need to take care, and this is the matter of the project that brings us together today, i-HeCoBatt. Thermal management of the batteries, particularly in the automotive sector, is key. You know, batteries are, I like to say that they are like a living being, because both living bodies and batteries, they have a quite narrow temperature range where they feel comfortable, and our durability is maximum, right? So thermal management is key. Maybe it's less relevant in stationary that we were mentioning as well, but it's also important, not only for the durability, but also to keep this battery within the warranties range in order to keep it safe also from this point of view. So there are many axes where there's still much to do in order to get the most of the technologies that we have today. And in parallel, we are discovering and developing new technologies, new materials. So it's it's a race where we never reach the final point.
With all these interrogation marks, and that's what you said also, Javier. You were speaking of solid-state batteries, for example. What do you think, Maite? Where are we standing in terms of maturity? Because
okay, yes, I like this forum, because we are here all the representatives of the value chain, no? And we have to, yes, to speak the same language, no? At the end, to coordinate and to improve all these kind of devices, no? For me, solid-state batteries, okay, they are the future, no? The future for having the best achievements in safety and in energy density performances. There are the two keys for the solid-state batteries. But we need to difference between the kind of different solid-state batteries. It's not the same a polymeric electrolyte and in the level of maturity than a ceramic one. And inside the ceramic also we have two types of electrolytes, oxides and sulfides, that they are also in a different level of maturity. They also present some challenges to take in account, but maybe in the polymer-based electrolytes we are more close to the commercialization. So we need to work still on that, to go on and giving out all these challenge we have to reach. But it's a direction, no?
I will get back to this, to the technological streams a bit later. I want to take what you just mentioned about reaching commercialization, and I think there are 2 points that we've been working on over the past few years. There was these, pilot and demonstration activities. How do you scale things up? How do you get there? And I know that what we realize in Europe is that we have great capabilities. I think, Eugenio, you mentioned it. But of course, you need to connect that somehow. And that drives me a bit towards Joaquin. You've been handling the AMBP partnership for a while, right?
Yes, the partnership, for those who don't know about this partnership, is an initiative from the European Commission on the Smart Specialization Platform. The partnership was launched in 2018, and we grow rapidly from 8 regions to almost 40 regions right now. The idea of this partnership is not only for the batteries partnership, for all the partnerships under the Smart Specialization Platform, is to generate a pipeline of industrial investment projects based on the interregional cooperation. The European Commission has in mind that is crucial, the interregional collaboration between regions is crucial to cover the gaps between different regions, and that's why they try to push the connection between regions in order to cover these gaps. So we started in 2018 and with different regions working in different working groups covering all the value chain from raw material to recycling. And our idea, our main objective was to identify pilot projects and to develop this pilot project. We we have already identified 10 pilot projects, and these projects are in the different level of maturity. As you know, Pierre, the main problem of the partnership was that we were very supported by the European Commission through technical assistance like DAF or other tools. But when we comes to the pilot project, we didn't have any financial instrument to develop this project. But for the first time, the European Commission launched last year a new instrument called i-HeCoBatt. And under this i-HeCoBatt, we found the first financial instrument to foster to implement or put in place this pilot project. But my comment here in that sense is that the first call was the first, and it was too complex. And we hope that for the future, for the second call, we have more opportunities to apply. In our case, in the partnership on batteries, we didn't apply directly, but as we have a very strong link with the partnership on mining, this is another partnership on the smart specialization platform. We apply in a collaborative project with this partnership, and we hope the results in very soon.
Excellent. So it's indeed a new 570 million euro program launched by DG Regio to fund cross-regional innovation investment projects. So an interesting one, but I can only agree the first call was a bit complex maybe for newcomers, of course.
I would like to add something related to the piloting. You know, pilot has to be one of the important tools for creating the real things and for testing the real things. You know, one of the gaps that we had in Europe during some long times that we have a very nice research strategy, we have a very nice development strategy, but we have a gap between the market and the solution that appear from the research centers, and the pilot had to be one of the solutions. But the problem that we have in Europe is also related to regulation. Some pilots are facing to regulation. If we wanted to have a real pilot that will represent how the system will be at real scale, sometimes it's facing to the regulation. So I think it's something that we have to work very close with the governments in terms of the sandboxes, in terms of the way to do some brackets and allow those projects will work on a safe operation, but facing with the real issues for the implementation. And it's something that we have to work very hard and quite soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds a reasonable statement to me. Maite, Oscar, Javier, do you agree?
Fully agree. Yeah.
It's 100% go. I wanted also to step into the market. Javier, you're quite familiar with the industry, and one thing I was wondering, so things have been moving quite fast. I mean, we even delivered over expectations in the EV industry in general. How about consumer behavior? What do you see are the key trends right now? Do you still see as cost being the main factor, the main decision factor in purchases? Do you think that range anxiety is actually the thing that goes on to be the key maybe barrier to it? Yeah. What is your point of view there?
I think that the key part keeps being the price. I mean, we are working every day in making closer price of electric vehicles to the combustion ones, but there is still a race, a battle to fight. In this way, it's very helpful, all the grants, all the aids that we have been having in Spain, like the plan MOVES, that as far as I know has been an exit, a very successful plan. And there is also some topic related maybe with the security and how the people has concern about it. I think, as we all know, the battery technologies and the electric vehicles are safe as far as the technology is. But there is also, we have to say, there is always some risk in terms of accidents or similar. as the combustion vehicles, as the same. But we have, on one hand, keep working on making our electric vehicle safer in terms of design, on choosing the chemistry that fits properly for this use, in terms of intrinsic security, and in terms of design. But on the other hand, we have to keep working also from the concern point of view in order to not set the stigma that the electric vehicles are dangerous.
Mm-hmm. And always this issue of safety in use. And
also there are some problems, as you know, related with the lack of infrastructure for recharging, and the evolution of the new recharging infrastructure, the Mode 3, Mode 4, AC, DC. There's lots of investment research in that way, but there is not enough. At this point, there is a stopper that is not having enough recharging infrastructure in order to have an electric vehicle. At this point, I think that new business model, because we can develop technology to make the recharging process in less time, but we won't never be competitive with the current model of having the full car tank fulfilled in 5 minutes. So I think in that point it will appear new business models related with energy recharging, such as battery swapping or charging on demand.
Battery swapping rings nice to me, and an interesting point. Maybe on safety, Oscar. Some points about standardization. How do you guys use standardization? Because when I speak to my associate and he speaks about driving an electric car, he always tells me about the fact that in the trunk now he has different connectors and plugs, and he's really upset about it. And I'm thinking that we missed a point somewhere in the process, right? So, what do you think? Is there still something to correct there?
I can comment on safety. The other big keywords. Yeah. I mean, safety is a concern, and it's not specific of batteries. It's specific of any situation where you have a lot of energy in a very small place. So this is intrinsically dangerous. Well, dangerous. I mean, to be handled with care. Talking about batteries, there are several levels where we can address this safety. Just a quick review, I mean, just to put them on the table. It starts at the materials level. I mean, you can choose chemistries inside your batteries that are intrinsically safer than others, and in this regard, the trend to reduce the content of cobalt in the NC cathodes is a good trend towards more safety, because we know cobalt gives very good properties of energy density to batteries, but at the same time, it gives some, instability to the materials and some associated risks. So first of all, the trend towards reducing or removing cobalt is a good sign in terms of safety. Then we have other passive measures inside the cell still. For example, specific separators which are designed to stop or to prevent the propagation of internal short circuits or effects. So there are also several trends and several technologies that we can apply to better isolate the anode from the cathode, which is one of the sources. But then we have other measures of active safety at the BMS battery management system level, where, I mean, a good battery management system not only controls and states the state of charge with high precision, but should have and will have, measures to detect early problems, early even predictive maintenance topics that could give a signal for the operator to stop and have a look and close a loop. And in this sense, again, digitalization that we mentioned earlier this morning in this talk is another facilitator technology in order to detect, trends towards a deviation of the good performance of such battery in order to put this into observation. And so there are many levels where safety can be addressed, from chemistry to components to the electronics and the controls. So I think we should, keep handling with care everything which is containing energy, but also at the same time we should be able to give the public and the end users a sense of safety is in the sense that they can buy and operate a car without, I mean, being concerned in this regard.
Yeah, and one of the arguments for new chemistries regarding, solid electrolytes or things that are a bit more stable. And but what I was wondering now is, not being an engineer myself or a technical guy, I speak dollars, I speak euros, but I barely speak technology as such. But what I would like to understand is there still space for something else than lithium-ion in Europe? What do you think, Maite? We have, sodium, sulfur-based tech coming up. Some of them are still mature. They're the lead ones that are quite well established. What do you think? Is there still space?
There is still space, and we have to go step by step. No, there is technologies, lithium liquid, lithium-ion technologies that are really good and really mature. So we have to use them and research and in the following generation of batteries, changing the components. If we go to increase the capacity, we can change the graphite from the anode, maybe introducing this silicon-based. Yes, and we can increase the capability of these kind of batteries. So, additionally to that, we also can use these high voltage cathode materials and using different additives to combine all the chemistries to use and to explore these kind of materials all together, no? And there is possibility to spread out all these technologies. We have a high level, no, here in Europe.
So a message to our European Commission colleagues: we need more money. That's
for sure.
Always.
And from an infrastructural point of view, Eugenio?
As I was mentioning before, the EV integration, EV charging integration facilities will be a nightmare for the grid operators. It will be a nightmare not only for managing the energy that you have to provide, it's also because the grid is not prepared for that. Because one of the issues that the EV is facing on is, to have the same use experience as Javier was indicating. We will have EV vehicles all around where we will have the same use experience that we will have with the combustion engine vehicles. And for doing that, okay, you can charge your car in 5-10 minutes, it's okay, but more than that will not. And for charging an EV vehicle in 10 minutes, you have a high amount of power. And just from one car. If you have to charge 6-10 cars at the same time, you are talking about dozens of megawatts per station. And the infrastructure is not prepared for that. And this is where also the stationary storage and the EV facilities also have a emerging point. Because the stationary storage could be the way to isolate the grid from the charging station. Yeah, you can charge slowly connected to the grid and charging fast to the vehicles. And also, as Joaquin was indicating, integrating other sources as renewable sources in the same point. And this is one of the things that have to change as fast as possible if we wanted to have a real EV integration in our society.
And how about the argument that the battery can be a buffer for the grid? And, yeah. And,
I always like to talk about storage, because you can use batteries, you can use other kind of not lithium-ion batteries, you can use flow batteries, you can use ultra capacitors for for the fast response. You can use different storage, but you need something for the coupling, the grid, and from the EV charging stations.
That makes it a lot of investment, right, to be made. So I wanted to ask you, Joaquin, you have this, I would say, this comprehensive view at the ecosystem and how regions, for example, can support this kind of investment. What do you think? Where to position yourself? Because we are speaking of AI, new chemistries, pilot and demo facilities, a couple of billions on the table. What do you think?
Yes, I think that the regional administration has a very important role in building this ecosystem First, I would say that in our partnerships, the main role is for the region. The region has the capacity to gather all the regional actors. The region has the capacity, the capability to canalize all these initiatives at regional level to the European level. So they have a very important role in especially if we talk about SMEs. SMEs, maybe they don't have this capacity to connect with European initiatives. So the role of the region is to support these small SMEs in order to be able to participate in international or interregional projects. But I could say that if the region want to be important in this issue, first is the political commitment. We saw from Valencia, for example, the general directory talking about the commitment of the government of Valencia pushing the battery sector, and this is crucial. If you don't have this political commitment, it's quite difficult to implement or to develop the sector in the region. We have experience, for example, in our partnership, that some project initially had this political commitment to support the project, and the project was quite good in developing this project, but then changed the government and no more political commitment, and then the project stopped. So if the regional government has cleared that this sector is important and implemented the adequate tools to push this sector, is a very good tool for that.
So there's maybe something related also to what we said about consumer acceptance and maybe getting the users on the EV side. Maybe I'm also picking up on something that you said. You've mentioned the specialization or the fact that regions, the profiling of regions, and Joaquin, that was echoing a little bit what you were saying to some extent, Eugenio. And there is always this question of, if you want to be realistic, to what extent can we compete with the US, with China, and so on and so on a market standard basis, right? And I'm very often said that our R&D is really the key, very often. Maite, what do you think in that sense? Do we have already some specialization patterns in Europe that can differentiate us from our Asian and American competitors? Where do you see the...
Yes, we have good research here in Europe, but we need to combine them with business, no? At the end. We need to go first and go with a more directed research, maybe knowing the needs of the society and pushing for that, no? The real application. But we have good research here in Europe, and we could be competitive with the instead USA and Asia, no? Asia, they are where the batteries, lithium batteries, born, no? And have a lot of experience. But we have the capacities and a good research, technological level, and industry will be ready to push for that.
And do you feel that we have all the instruments that we need to do that? Do we have enough investment? Do we have enough R&D funding? We spoke also about regulation as well. Do you think that...
Okay, always is less, no? It's nice to have, but I think there are initiatives in Europe that nowadays are pushing that.
So we are full gear already?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about the gear metaphor. It's not really an appropriate one. I wanted, before we close the session, because I know, and I'm sorry again, I've been late, I just wanted to mention a quote that the preparation team has shared with me. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, was in Spain recently, and she was congratulating, Spain on being, having an important role in this energy transition, also referring to the current crisis, our dependence on Russian coal and gas, and she was also referring quite a lot, and we see that pretty much everywhere, also in the EC slides, to hydrogen and the good work of Spain in the area of hydrogen. And we know that the FCHGU and many EU initiatives have been standing up like the EBA and others have been doing. Do you think that there are reasons to put a bit more research efforts into the hydrogen as a vector than into the batteries as such? Oscar, please shoot.
We have also background in hydrogen and fuel cells. I think we need to change our former paradigm in the sense that in the last century or century and a half, all the economy was around petrol and oil, and everything was coming out of there. And we are kind of used to think in one solution and stick to it. And this is not the future. The future will be hybrid, in terms that we will need to combine several sources of energy and ways of solving this energy dependence. And in this sense, I mean, hydrogen is not an energy source, it's an energy vector, but batteries also are an energy vector. It's another way to transport and to combine and to use high energy. So I think we need to combine the best of both worlds. There is a niche for everyone. It will be complementarity with batteries, hydrogen, and other technologies like organic-based liquid fuels or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I think this is my message in this sense.
In this line, I fully agree with your assessment, Oscar, about the hybrid. Instead, in fact, our company is hybrid energy storage. So we love to hybridize everything. So this is not a matter to do a war against hydrogen to the batteries. Batteries and hydrogen have to be friends that have to be working together in all this path. Batteries will do things that the hydrogen could not do, and the hydrogen will provide the energy density that the battery cannot provide. So it's something that has to be working together always. And this is important because if we do those paths separately, we will miss a part of the solution. So we have to improve the way that we merge all those words together for providing real solutions and to the market.
Makes sense to you as well, Javier?
Yeah, totally agree. I think that I find always surprising how each car maker are facing the electric vehicle development in a different way. For example, we have the case of Toyota that decided to go from the hybrid electric vehicle directly to the hydrogen and solid state, not passing through the fuel electric car, because they thought that they couldn't fulfill the needs of the current user. No? Or maybe Tesla that is deciding to go all LFP in terms of avoid the scarcity of nickel, cobalt, etc., and avoiding all the NMC and CA technologies. So I think, as you all have said, the future has to be hybrid, and we have to take the best of each technology.
Awesome. Maite, fully agree as well. Joaquin? And
yes, I fully agree. And sorry, but I have to disconnect right now.
No problem. Thank you very much. So do we, actually, because I am late, and if I don't want to get shot by the organizer, I will have to stop. Look, guys, it was a fantastic contribution. Thanks a lot. I think that you deserve a good round of applause. So thank you. We are now on to the coffee break, and then I will be standing between you and lunch. I think we have half an hour, if I'm not mistaken. Grand maximum. Okay.
And yes, I would invite you all to join the coffee break on the terrace and to keep going maybe this interesting discussion that was taking place there.
Thank you very much. I will go for a round.
No sé si nos conocíamos de antes, Pierre. Me suena un montón tu...
Es posible.
Ya ves, vas a ir a ver el laboratorio, ¿no?
Claro, ya lo sé, No, tenemos, la verdad es que hace falta también colaborar y contribuir desde, bueno, nosotros en IT sí que es verdad, ¿no? Que al final tienes que estar rodeado de ingenieros, también adaptarte un poco a ver toda la parte y hablar el mismo idioma, electrónicas y todas estas cosas y entender desde esa perspectiva. Sí, no, y interesante porque al final todo es, no tiene sentido una cosa sin otra. Todo va.
O sea, necesitamos la investigación básica porque si eso no tenemos
Se tiene que dar marcha, sí.
Vamos a tomar un café que yo...
But they were great. I didn't do much, so yeah, they were super.
Did you notice that they talk far from the micro?
I have to push them a bit. I didn't dare to interrupt because, but yeah, yeah, I will try to show. Okay. 5 minutes. Let's do that.
principio se lo escuchaba súper bien. ¿Por qué? Porque estaba aquí y estaba hablando aquí. Ahora él, no sé por qué razón, estaba hablando ahí y se ha girado el micro. No, el micro va a la boca. Y estos es igual. El único que se escuchaba bien era el de la punta porque el micro lo tenía diferente. Él estaba hablando aquí y el micro detrás.
Sí, no, pero desde el último marisco se escuchaba muy bien.
Yo estaba padeciendo. O sea, es que... Bueno.
No te preocupes porque igual es gente que no está muy acostumbrada a hablar con el micro.
Exacto.
Ya. No pasa nada, no sufras.
respuesta?
Todo bien. No seas muy duro conmigo. No seas muy duro.
Vamos a ver. Yeah, but it's for the people.
Yeah. If I have a strong voice.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Some of the people in the morning will also say.
At some point I was going out to ask if the YouTube they are really, because the volume was very soft. They was not, they were not.
Okay. I think we have until 12:30.
Ask Evelina, yes. I don't know if we are on time.
No, it's 22. Wow. Lazy. No, don't worry.
Go.
Take 5 minutes.
We can wait. Go. It's better than.
Just feeling lazy.
This is
Because Pierre, no, this is yours because Pierre will be
standing all morning. Up here. Yeah.
They are online.
So it's only us? Sí.
Sobre todo cuando vengo a quien está aquí en la mesa.
Vale, Oscar o Miquel.
El chico está de primera fila de la chaqueta. De primera fila. Si se puede ser, o que se venga hacia aquí o hacia allá. Sí, puede ser, si no es molesta.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice coffee break. Just wanted to kick off the session just to check around. Okay. Can you just raise your hand if you know how to drive a motorcycle or have a motorcycle? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, not that many people, right? No, but okay, interesting. Myself too, actually. So we will be speaking after the session. Now, look, it's very interesting for us this session because we will enlarge a little bit the scope. This morning we're speaking about tech, we're speaking about consumers, we're speaking about business models, and we went all along the value chain. But this session here is really about green mobility in terms of framework. And when we speak framework, we're not only talking about the car industry, we're not only speaking of heavy-duty vehicles and so on, we're also speaking of L-category vehicles. So we will expand a little bit the scope, speak about mobility as a whole, and let's discuss a little bit the industrial alliances that are existing today in Europe, what kind of framework conditions are also available for us to actually step forward with sustainable battery manufacturing and deployment. And of course, let's see what are the opportunities for the adoption of batteries for electric mobility. Together with me, we have 2 people live, but we also have people online. So let me ask whether Wouter, goedemorgen Wouter, are you here online? And let's see if we are better at digital than in the morning.
If you can hear me.
Ja, alles goed?
Alles goed, alles goed. Goed zo, Pierre.
Fantastisch.
Buenos dias todos.
Excellent. Thank you, Wouter. And Luigi?
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I'm here. I can hear you very well.
Ciao, Luigi. Good to see you.
I can speak Spanish or German, sorry, or Dutch.
So we have a mix of northern and southern touches. Look, colleagues, thanks a lot for joining. This is the second round table, so I will only start with a very quick tour de table. Like in the first one, what I will ask you is to simply present yourself. First name, position, organization, or organizations for some of us. Let us start maybe with ladies first. Costanza?
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and congratulations to LOMARTOV for the organization of this. My name is Costanza Hermanin. I direct public and regulatory affairs at i-HeCoBatt, which is a British and Italian company specialized in battery swap systems and related services. But I'm here today to introduce actually a consortium, the Swappable Batteries Motorcycle Consortium, which I'll describe later.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Costanza. Senor Cuesta?
Thank you, Pierre. Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for the invitation for these workshops. Congratulations to LOMARTOV team. Congratulations to you also, Pierre, for moderating. Happy to see you, all of you. Happy to be here in Valencia. My name is Santiago Cuesta. I am general manager of several institutions, as Pierre was mentioning or anticipating. I act as general manager of the Iberian Sustainable Mining Cluster, which is the national cluster in Spain dealing with the sustainable production of raw materials and also the full value chain of the raw materials, including circular economy, eco-construction, of course mining, etc., etc. And also the head of a technological center in Castilla y León, very specialized in energy, very specialized also in advanced materials, and of course in raw materials. And at European level, I am trying to coordinate and also to make a lot of effort in the sustainable supply of raw materials, in the partnership of advanced materials for batteries, but also at the level of the European regions that are allied to really provide to Europe the necessary resilience on raw materials that we need for our industrial value chains. No? Thanks, I'm happy to be here, ready to interact with all of you and trying to get this important atmosphere of electrical vehicle and what is the future also for the batteries in Europe and also in Valencia, since we learned that there is a bright future of batteries plant and a lot of interactions here in the city. Thank you.
Great to have you, Santiago. Thanks a lot. Wouter?
Thank you, Pierre. So I'm Wouter IJzermans. I'm the Executive Director of BEPA. As this morning Guido Seghetti already mentioned, there's the BET for EU Research Partnership, which channels the funding going into batteries within Horizon Europe and decides on the priorities. And as BEPA, we represent the industry and the research side of this vis-a-vis the Commission. And I'm lucky enough to be the one in charge on a day-to-day basis, having a lot of help of a lot of experts, including Luigi, who is next up, I think.
Excellent. Thank you, well. And welcome, Wouter. Luigi.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me in this excellent workshop. I really appreciated it. So, Luigi Anuzza, I'm the head of B2C and B2B Innovation Factory of NLX, which basically means taking account and developing and taking up from the beginning, from the development phase up to the delivery of projects for the verticals of residential, retail, and industrial of NLX. We are divided by customer basically inside NLX, and we take care of the innovation for these two verticals of NLX. Besides this, I'm also part of the BEPA, the board of the BEPA, and involved in the ETIP Battery Europe, and also was part of the European Battery Alliance since the beginning, representing Enel in this on behalf of our head of Europe.
Excellent, Luigi. Super. Thanks a lot. Colleagues, I am a lazy person, so I would like someone else to do my job, and I will just ask you to do a quick tour de table on your key takeaways. Let's limit them to 2 key takeaways from this morning's session. You know, what was striking to you? What really stood out? I mean, we spoke about pilot demonstration activities, we spoke about new chemistries, new designs, circularity. Can I ask you maybe a bit of your feedback on what was really caught your attention?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Pierre. So as you can see, I'm, let's say, focusing with our activity and the consortium on kind of the ends of the value chain, the applications to mobility and electric vehicles. So it was extremely interesting to listen to the debate and evolutions on raw materials, which are obviously very relevant for us, and I will give more details on why this evolution is relevant and also very compatible with swappable battery systems. And the other really interesting point to me was the discussion, I think that, and the points that Eugenio raised on the nightmares of grid providers in terms of pressure and timing of energy related issues, and the importance of battery storage, as well as the compatibility of battery storage solution with mobility, uses for mobility, which is, I think, very, very interesting when we talk about power units that can be swapped and used for different purposes. So that's my
that will be the name of a new movie, Grid Nightmare. I have that in my note now. Maybe speaking of grid and infrastructure, maybe Luigi.
Yes, for sure. This is pretty interesting for us as Enel Group infrastructure. Apart from this, I think we will speak a lot about the possible impact onto the grid from high power chargers, which we do want to see in our streets. Apart from this, I was also interested when we spoke about safety, the countermeasure, how technology can address these potential issues. We have seen issues in several parts of the world with large-scale installation, for instance. So when Oscar in particular spoke about solution inside the cells, this is something very important for us. And of course, the cost of the batteries. This is the other important items when you speak and think to the grid side application of batteries.
Very clear. Thank you, Wouter.
What stood out for me in the really excellent discussion this morning as well, I really loved the gusto with which regions are getting active in the battery landscape. Really great to see the initiative in Valencia I hope it really becomes a motor in itself of economic development and new knowledge on batteries there. But also see the sort of revamp of the regional partnership that Joaquin was talking about with the i3 mechanism. So that was really interesting for me to see. And I also love the observation that a lot of people come to the battery world with sustainability only as an afterthought, as you said yourself, Pierre, and then Oscar, and that we really all now realize that we really need to put it first and foremost. Because if we are not getting ahead of the sustainability issues, it might hit us in the face with the regulation that comes up, etc. So really, as a whole community, we need to focus more on the sustainability parts.
Well spot on, Wouter. Santiago?
From my side, I really agree with the rest of my colleagues. And I would like to add also one key word, no? Technological leadership. I think it has been very well discussed this morning. In Europe, we have the leadership that is needed for really making this true, no? Making this transition to the green vehicle, to all this electromobility, batteries, etc., etc. In terms of not only the raw materials or the richness in raw materials that we have also in European regions and we have to exploit, but also in terms of sustainability, eco-design, advanced materials, transformation of the materials was also discussed this morning, recycling, which is also very important, no, to close the loop, and we have all that at our service. Now, my second maybe highlight will be resources. And resources are not only raw materials, are also economical resources, are cooperation, are commitment of the regions. No? We cannot have a gigafactory if we don't have a commitment of the region. We have seen this morning the strong commitment of the Generalitat from Valencia, the government of Valencia. We have also a strong commitment if we want to supply of raw materials a gigafactory. No? And mining and extraction is very, very deep related with the social acceptance and also with the permits and the regulations to have all that. We cannot have a closing the loop, a recycling, a clear raw materials flow if we don't have a policy development and if we don't have also a local commitment of implanting recycling factories. No? So I think we have the elements and now it's time to work, and I think this workshop is a nice step forward to start to put the things on the desk. No? We have to work together, merging and zooming all these strengths, no, that I think we have. Regions, raw materials, technology, actors, all the value chain is here in Europe. Now we have to work together to really put or make a success, no, of this transformation.
Very clear. And I pick on what you just said about regional frameworks. Wouter, you also highlighted that part of the regions. What is your vision on what the regions can do for batteries? Because we've been speaking about pilot and demonstration activities this morning. We really easily get into the 20, 30, 40, 50 million euros just for a pilot plan. Then, you know, we need to scale up to gigafactories. At some point, there is a limitation, right, on what regions can do. What do you think, Wouter? How do you position the regions in that support landscape?
I think the regions have a lot of interesting roles to play here, which is basically what you saw this morning, being sort of the seed for this idea that the factory can come here and provide the right circumstances, permitting, etc. That's also very important for the region. But on the other hand, they also have a very strong role in getting the workforce ready for what's coming. And I think that's also what was highlighted a little bit by Santiago. It's like we really also need the people to come and work in these new factories, to come and work with the EVs that come out of the off the shelf and start driving around, to repair the charging points, everything. So we need a lot of investment, and I think that's also something where regions can come in. But what I would like to pick up on is on the coordination part. And this is where we really need to coordinate, because it can be very difficult for projects to need to know where they need to be. Do they need to be in Europe? Do they need to be at the national government? Do they need to be in the regional government? And it doesn't matter if there's a limitation necessarily on the funds that some public fund can give. as long as we be able to point the people into the right direction where they can get the other funds. So that's for me the most important aspect here.
That echoes a little bit what Joaquin was saying this morning, right? That we have this AMBP partnership with all the capabilities, the scattered landscape. At some point, we need to avoid that we all do the same thing. We need to try to combine resources, pull all the money we can together. That's an interesting point of view. Santiago, maybe picking on that, because you're also a regional guy, in my view, and this coordination aspect, I'm sure it speaks to you.
For me, I think we have to think on three different lines, no? When we are speaking about regions and the batteries value chain. First is the cross-fertilization of technology. I think this is something that we have to achieve at European level. And one driver could be the common European projects like i-HeCoBatt or other projects that are now active, but also the European innovation hubs. We have also the innovation investment fund. We have different tools that we have to coordinate. And all that tools pass through the regions at the end. No? Also, these actions has to be industrially driven, and the role of clusters, I think, are very important here. No? So all the technology has to be driven by associations of small and medium enterprises, giving access to the technology, multiplying factors. I think it's also very important to make this common synergy. A very key point on coordinating the regions are investment, as I was mentioning before. No? I think it's impossible to really achieve what we are looking for without clear measures of attracting investments and favoring the companies, favoring the industry to implant. I think this effort has been very important here in Valencia, in the government of Valencia, but I am sure that it's also as strong in other regional governments in Spain, like in Castilla y León, like in Andalusia, and also in other regions of Europe, no? In Lombardia, etc., etc. There are many, many examples. So now that we have this framework, we have to synchronize this framework. It's very important that we act as European Union. We act as a common alliance of regions. And for that, the smart specialization partnerships are the key vehicle and the clear driver of all this activity.
Can you explain a bit what it's about? This?
Yeah, indeed. All the European regions have declared in the last, I think it started something like 7 years ago, more or less, 5 years ago, or even before, no? But the last actualization is coming in the last 5 years, more or less. Every region decided to rise or to create what they call a smart specialization strategy. No? The idea is, if my region is very good on this, on that, or if I have a clear richness, no, on some endogenous resources, in forestry, in agriculture, in raw materials, or a technology valley, thinking on photonics, thinking on batteries. The idea is that we declare this strategy, and we, at the regional, we dedicate funds to make what is good even better. And all that regions that has created this, and they have a match in a particular thematic, at the end they are linked through a smart specialization strategy partnerships. So we ally together to really progress in different pilots, not only industrial pilots, but also pilot of actions across the different regions. So there is for batteries and for the electrical vehicle, there is a clear driver, which is the industrial modernization partnership, which at the end is covering different areas. One of these areas is the raw materials, another area is the advanced materials for batteries, and there are other areas and there are other partnerships in sustainable mobility. On hydrogen, which has also a relationship with the electromobility or the batteries. And the idea is to make this synergy, make common policies, and make an homogeneous effort among all the regions to really deploy the policy and the use also of European structural regional funds. At the end is, I have these resources, since I know that I am good here and I have there the particular needs that I need to deploy something, I invest all my resources on that. And I don't do it alone. I make it on synergy with the rest of European regions. I think this is the key secret to, at the end, progress on this. No?
And so making the link with what Joaquin was saying this morning, so there is now funding for that from the Commission, for those partnerships that have projects collaboration R&D, collaborative R&D projects, which is the Interregional Innovation Investment Instrument.
Exactly.
So I3 that was
exactly.
just launched.
This is one of the key elements that is already there. I mean, it's one of the success from DG Regio to put on the desks to really make this cooperation between regions true. And there are other elements, no? Not only the normal Horizon Europe or typical topics. Also, the private investment is also a plus here. I mean, and the role of the governments and the local is to try to attract these investments and also create synergies between the investors, no? At private level. And I think this is also a challenge, the creation of investment platforms. It's something that is to do urgently with a clear dialogue between the investment funds or private investors industrially driven with the local authorities to easy and pave the way.
We were on the raw materials, now we are moving into the battery. I wanted to get into the application infrastructural side of things, and you know, we're speaking a lot about low fast charging stations, but how about swappability? Maybe Costanza, could you please share with us what the key principles of battery swapping are, maybe in the L category vehicle industry, maybe beyond?
Yeah. Maybe let's make a point on the focus on the Swappable Batteries Motorcycle Consortium, which is SBMC and not SMBC, just for you to look for it and
too many acronyms.
And maybe later. So the focus of this consortium is on the so-called L category of vehicles. So it's 2- and 3-wheelers, motorbikes, mopeds, and quadricycles like microcar. Why are we focusing on this? Well, all the points that have been recalled before by the representatives of the European Commission, no? The importance of road transports on the green transition, and especially the fact that urban mobility accounts for a huge part of road transport emissions, and the fact that urbanization is actually increasing a lot with projections from now until 2100, which are, population in urban context will skyrocket. So this is why we focus on this category of vehicles. And I want to take your question starting from the challenges that currently affect actually the access of users, but also of manufacturers to this category of vehicles, the production and the use. Because partly they have been discussed this morning, but there are quite a few points that I think we should focus on and that can be addressed from the industry, but also from public authorities. And they are important to understand market demand. And market demand will drive innovation and will drive the possible collaboration among us. So, you probably are end users, at least of, shared mobility, that shared electric mobility, last mile. The challenges are known. We have already talked about range anxiety, right? And charging time. But also, I think for public authorities, one very, very important limit is the availability, the space, and the investment in recharging infrastructure. The Commission just mentioned this morning something that I hadn't read before, but probably is known to all of you, that they aim to reach 3 million public recharging points and hundreds of hydrogen stations by 2030. So these are infrastructural costs that are on the shoulders of public authorities and that are a point of departure also to develop swappable battery systems. Let me add a couple more things, and one is very important, I think. When we talk about electric vehicles, electric mobility, we have an important issue when we adopt in-built solution, which is technology obsolescence, which is very relevant to all those who work on raw materials and cell and battery manufacturing. So we need to take it also from this perspective, and I'll explain maybe in the next question why this obsolescence can be targeted and improved through swappable battery systems. Then there is the problem of costs, which limits ownership, and very importantly today, the limited interoperability of electric mobility, right? And power system for electric mobility. And this is important for everybody, grid operators, producers, raw materials producers. So from an environmental point of view, it's industrial point of view is important, but also from an environmental point of view, because obviously if you don't have a common approach, you limit the possibility of repurposing and reusing power units, and limits the potential of circular economy. So I think this is, to respond to you, these are the basic principles which connect a little bit all our perspective this morning, and from which we start trying to define a new model for mobility and electric application, which maybe we can discuss more later.
And in that area, there's always this issue of scale, right? So how do we deploy globally with a harmonized, I would say,
exactly.
kind of system or norms?
Obviously, for the industry, the economies of scale are very important, but it's not just a matter of industry and profit. It's also really a matter of making things accessible, because, I mean, on the one hand, there is the gain of the industry. On the other, I mean, if things are more standardized, they become less costly because of the economies of scales and more accessible, obviously. So, I mean, and also, I mean, regions around the world can connect around similar solutions for mobility, which presently is a very important application. Then from mobility, we can maybe also pass to stationary applications, but this is not currently the focus of the consortium, but is a little bit more the focus of my company.
And there will be a longer roadmap to be established. But that's very interesting. I mean, we refer back to scale. That's something that Javier was highlighting also this morning. And I wanted to check, Wouter, from your point of view, you know, we have discussed already this issue of scale this morning in terms of how do you scale up the technology. There is the deployment issue. How do you see the key obstacles today facing the EU industry, from what you've heard this morning, from what you experience in BEPA? And, well, do you think that, you know, with the strategic research innovation agenda that was presented this morning, do you think that we can effectively contribute to waiving those obstacles?
Yeah, I think we definitely can make a dent here, and this is exactly what the BAT4EU partnership is for, is really to get this industrial value chain in Europe off the ground, make it competitive, make it sustainable. So what we need to do here is get the whole mechanism from lab research to market implementation right, and make sure that all the steps we hold each other's hand and focus on the next step. What we are doing there, for example, is that in our strategic research and innovation agenda that we have within the BAT4EU partnership is try to daisy chain the calls that go out from Horizon Europe in such a way that they always connect. Because the problem is that maybe you have a European project, you do some good research, then after 2 years somebody gets a nice publication out of it, it's good for the CV and the research organization, and then, you know, there's no uptake, it doesn't get to the market. So that we want to avoid. So on the one hand, we'll try to daisy chain this call so that actually once a project is still running, we make sure that the other one, there's an overlap, so there's a sort of transfer of knowledge in that way. And the other way, we are now starting with a task force on innovation uptake, where we really try to help those Horizon Europe programs that will start soon to really make sure that the great results that they get often really make it to the market as well, and really get investors and a business plan, and really get the support that they need to take it to the next step. Because sometimes it's a jungle out there. There's so many initiatives, so many different forms of support. We as the partnership try to bring all those initiatives at least clear in line, and make it easy for projects who come to us to lead them where they need to be. So that's what we are trying to do there with the partnership, to really help the industry take the next step towards industrialization. And we also work together with the pilot lines that will be crucial to hark back to the conversation this morning.
I wanted to complete what and reinforce what Wouter is mentioning. The drivers, or one of the key drivers, are the small and medium enterprises. It should be industrially driven. And for that, we need to create ecosystems of innovations where the small and medium enterprises grow. They could be, let's say, dynamized by clusters. And also there is another tool that recently has been very popular under the new framework program, which are the cascade funding. The cascade funding is a very beautiful tool to really boost innovations and to make small and medium enterprises to transfer what they are doing into the society. I think this is one of the missing points. Wouter was mentioning, we are very used to finalize a European project, we have publications, we have workshops like today, but at the end, where is the innovation? Is this going to go to the market? So we need to clearly understand the business value chain, where we have tractoring companies, we have small and medium enterprises, entrepreneurship, innovators, all that creates an innovation ecosystem. And for the innovation ecosystem, coming back to the previous discussion, the region and the local actions are essential. To foster these kind of actions and to really invest resources in creating this atmosphere and also make a channel for the funds to really reach the innovators. This is the key to really make the full global view.
And I will get back to the funding issue because that's something, I wanted to touch upon, risk capital. We're speaking a lot about tech, but behind tech, I'm sorry, that's a financial guy in me speaking, there is cash somewhere. But before that, a quick word on standardization, for example, because you mentioned the role of SMEs, and when we work with SMEs, of course, there is the fundraising from our company perspective. So how do we get the money, the cash, without diluting too much, without this, without okay? But there is also in the area of batteries, this issue of standardization. And of course, if you work on standardization, those are resources for a small company. And I see Costanza is nodding because she knows very well what this is about. Because i-HeCoBatt has been rising from the ground and is establishing itself as the worldwide reference. And for an SME, I can assume that this is quite a challenge. And I think here my question was lying, Luigi, from your perspective, because NL is a well-established company, we see that we have, from the discussion this morning, we missed a few turns, so to speak, in manufacturing. And when considering swapping, for example, we have questions about the involvement of energy stakeholders and so on. I wanted to check with you what kind of role you guys have in standardization or intend to have in standardization, be it of EVs, swapping, and so on and so on. Can you let us know a little bit what's your perspective there? And
yes,
what kind of keys? This morning, for example, I think Eugenio was referring to the communication protocol or the data streams and so on. What are the keys to you in that respect?
Well, of course, we do take care of standardization, and we are involved in many groups from the very technical ones like IEC, for instance, up to the tables like the ETIPU, which are in between, the framework, the regulatory framework, and the technology, and something like that. Basically, you have to think that NLX in particular is not the traditional utility. We are taking care of customers. So our role, or better to say, what we aim to do concerning regulation is representing the needs coming from the field, from our customers, which either they are residential, B2C, or industrial, or even government. We translate their request in indication for the regulators and for the technical committees. Interoperability, we just spoke about it, is something which we do address, and we have to do it as a community. I will give you just an example. We made the experiment large pilot with residential battery storage. One of the issues was connecting, being this asset able to be connected, aggregated, and provide a service to the grid. And finally, it's not for sure it's not rocket science. It's basically translate some code, having the dialect of some protocol ready, but finally means having manpower, having hours, having costs. So working on this is a very important task, having clear rules. I will give you another example. We work a lot with second life batteries. Here the issues are even more challenging, because finally every battery is different from the others. Even if at the protocol level perhaps is easier compared to residential batteries, then making a profitable business for second life batteries is really difficult. You have to interface with the BMS, then there are a lot of data available, but not even every time they are available. Such kind of barriers are a limitation. Concerning battery swapping, from the aggregator's point of view, which we are, see it like a possible resource for the grid. No, when these modules are charging, discharging, basically they are big batteries. So I'm happy to see something like this into the grid as a flexible asset. What else? Important task from a perspective of grid users or grid enabling users services. Let's say the safety again is very important, and having again high performance batteries, which means a lot of cycles, very fast in charge and discharge. Think to it, we do want to see high power charging in our streets, but it's not only about the grid, it's also about having the right batteries able to charge and discharge at more than 3-5 C. Means a lot of things about safety and about cost and materials, and having also materials, advanced materials available, and they must be also raw materials first available. These are the issues which we address at every table we participate.
And I keep you on the safety and standards topic, Luigi. Let's imagine that I'm an industrial group, right? I hope you guys are still here. Yes. Let's say I'm an industrial group. We are starting to work on specifications in view of standardization. So we're working on the BMS, we're working on the interface, and so on and so on. Does it mean that in our effort as an industrial group, we need to involve you at the earliest stage? Or is there a particular moment when, an energy company or DSO, TSO, or any stakeholder from the infrastructure and energy side is more likely to come in? What do you think?
But not really from the very early stage, perhaps, but yes, finally yes. So perhaps sometimes talking especially to research communities, to research entities, what happened to me, but also to my colleagues coming from the let's say final part of the supply chain. And you talk to scientists, perhaps they don't see the real need of having, let's say, a battle for the very last cent for a kilowatt hour, and the need of really affordable but safe batteries. We, as utility, we do see every day. Now, safety is one of the most important, better say, it's the most important things for a utility. We work with electricity, so we must ensure the highest standard for our personnel, for our users, for our citizens. Think to it is the crucial point for us. We can translate this request to the scientists if we talk since the beginning to them. Otherwise, perhaps this point can be missed in part, of course. No, it's an effort we have to do it all together. Then, of course, in my mind, I think it's a matter of having the right framework, having the right input to the right place along a supply chain, along a development chain. So the more we pass from the R&D state up to the deployment of the final solution, the more we, of course, are inside the committees and can give our inputs.
Mm-hmm. And turning to Costanza, because I think that's a bit what the SBMC is doing. Can you please explain a bit what the SBMC stands for, what the critical goals are? Because,
yeah, listening to Luigi, I was immediately thinking about the way in which a consortium like the Swappable Batteries Motorcycle Consortium can contribute to address the problems he was raising. And also I wanted to stress the importance of innovation ecosystems also in this context. So let me do a little bit of prehistory of this effort. So the Swappable Batteries Motorcycle Consortium has been funded last year by 4 major big global motorcycle and vehicles manufacturers, which are Honda Motor, KTM, Piaggio Group, and Yamaha Motor. So really global players that saw obviously the economic and commercial opportunity of electrification and developing towards specific forms of electrification, innovating ways of powering vehicles with green energy. And so the consortium was set up especially to pursue standardization. Standardization of batteries, first at the European and international level, from a legal point of view, I mean, targeting standardization bodies, but also from a de facto point of view. I mean, ensuring that the same models of battery and battery systems are acquired throughout the world. And the focus is on standardizing various aspects of batteries and battery systems that have been recalled just now, like connectors, communication protocols, charging stations, and safety standards, for instance, enhancing safety standards. Now, why I'm thinking about ecosystems? Because the way in which this consortium has been set up is interesting, meaning that it could have been a kind of cartel among major global producers, but instead it took the form of a group of European economic interest, meaning that is an open consortium to other players to the extent that they work on this business and they can contribute to the business. So nowadays I think we are more or less or something around 20 members and incoming members, and I say that they constitute an ecosystem because alongside Honda, Piaggio, Yamaha, there is a company like mine, which is very young and growing, but is really focused on the innovation aspect of battery swapping systems and services, because also the part of services like renting swappable batteries is an important point in making electric mobility accessible, because it decreases the cost of accessing, like acquiring, owning an electric vehicle, right? So in this consortium, the rationale is that there are big manufacturers, smaller manufacturers, companies focused on innovation technology and battery swappable systems. There are quite a few, but also, I mean, battery system producers, components producers, suppliers, and even research and academic institutions. So this is more of a global ecosystem, if you want, rather than a small regional. It's kind of, I mean, it has 2 focuses currently, which are Japan and Europe. Can we say that?
Well, and the United States as well.
And the United States as well, right? So it's
with Polaris, for example.
It's 3 continents. So it's another vision. Let's say it's the vision of the industry which sees the big industries, which sees how smaller innovation and smaller contributors that focus a lot on innovation can influence them, and from which the industry can take solutions in order to accelerate green transition and make this solution more available. What else about the consortium? Yes, well, the focus I already mentioned, develop common technical specification and also test and confirm this solution. And obviously now everything is focused and is at the stage of developing this common technical specification. So we're not gonna say exactly where we are, but we know, for instance, that we're looking for battery packs that become handy to take from one vehicle to the other, because this will make battery powered electric vehicles more accessible. So handy, and for the small vehicles, we're not looking at the automotive industry yet, but this is still very much in evolution, and all these different parts of the consortium are contributing to that. Hopefully we'll come up with a solution that can be certified in a short time. And this solution, beyond being pushed by global manufacturers, I really hope, and this was the initial aim of why we developed our company, I really hope that it can enter in this dialogue in between grid manager, producers, raw materials, networks, etc., in order to make everything more accessible. So we aim to standardize the L category, but I think the potential is wider. Also, for what Luigi was talking about in terms of second use of,
exactly,
I mean, energy storage units. I mean, first use, okay, power electric mobility, last mile, etc. Second use may be used for charging infrastructure for these electric vehicles. It could be an option. Use for energy storage, domestic, is another option. So you see, we start from a business case, but it becomes a public interest case, hopefully.
Yeah, and you're speaking about new business models as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, Luigi, that speaks to you, I can imagine?
Yes, no, I was just thinking to it, once you have a standard for swapping batteries from vehicle to the other, then should be easier to use it also for the grid side, of course, no? You have the standard then. So let's see what will happen. We do look to it as a possible solution, no? Concerning the profitability, generally speaking, what a new business model, basically let's say the most feasible models we have seen for batteries, which are a flexibility asset, finally, very powerful, is Techonology services. And this, I think, also can apply to charging station, which finally are a commercial industrial site. We just presented in the US a case, so it's a real charging station inside also a gas station. Hopefully it will be only an EV charging station soon. Basically, our partners there, they made a commercial site, no? Also on top of the charging station. So it's a mall. You can have whatever you want while your car is charging at very fast speed. So in 15 minutes, you can have a drink or you can buy something while your car is charging. And then we have also a battery for supplying for the peak shaving from the point of view of the customer, which is the gas station, the charging station, better to say, PV. And the other thing is it responds to a request from the regulator there, US, asking for backup. So this is a must-have for a gas station and also now for recharging station, having backup. In case of every fault from the grid, the station must be up and working. Yeah. So basically we started there, backup, then solar self-consumption. Then also, once you have batteries, you can make grid services. So we also apply to a flexibility demand response program, basically from the DSO for the ISO. Then you can do in US, I mean, you can take services, and this is a good business for batteries, for every kind of batteries, again, with wheels or without wheels. And this is something we should think too. So if you want to make use of a flexible asset, let it be able to apply to several services in the same time, because it can, a battery can. And I think this is my input from this. Let's leverage on these assets as much as possible and be them able to participate to service as in some markets we can.
Linking up with what you say, Luigi, I would like to circle back maybe to Santiago, because we see that we are already stepping into batteries as an energy asset, energy business model asset. And of course, in that whole story, there is the multiple uses, but there is also the reuse. There is the end of life, the circularity, back to the raw materials itself.
You guessed my thought, because I was going to intervene, just mentioning about, they are discussing about new business models, and we have to think on new circularity models. No? Yeah. There is new...
And in line with recent regulation, right? So new requirements.
Exactly. That's, my intervention came also from the intervention of Constance. At the end, we have also the problem of obsolescence. No?
Yeah.
At the end, what we have to focus is into trying to design new batteries with the minimal use of resources, as much effective as possible, maximum recyclability, but also very clear thought about what is the duration and the obsolescence that we are going to program for them. No? Because this is really a very important aspect of how we design the full twister, let me call it, it's like an spiral, no? I don't know the word in English, but it's the way of thinking on the flow of resources. Just another point before I forget, material passports. So,
amen.
So we were thinking about certifications. We have to think on material passports for the raw materials up to the final point of the value chain. Yeah. And this is going to define the new business model, because the new business model is totally linked to the new circular model. And the availability of resources, how we are going to organize all that, the supply chain of that resources. We were also discussing this morning, I don't remember who was in the panel list, mentioning about refining the raw materials to get the proper grade, no? And this is also a very important point, because if we are able to refine also low quality materials like graphite, we have plenty of resources, plenty. If we are able to recover efficiently from different sources, speaking about urban mining, speaking about mining tailings, waste in the mines, there are also plenty of critical resources that could be supplied to the full value chain. And this affects also the material passport, no, at the end, and the business. Because all has to be thought, all has to be put in the same kind of value chain and also business model for really launching the application. I think this is a very important point to have a second thought, no, for all of us.
You saw this morning the statement from the Commission, on the 89% objective for raw materials independence. Do you think that with circularity and with the current setting, or even if we manage to relocate, I mean, how do you stand on this?
This is one of the problems at the end, no? We are not going to achieve, I mean, it has to be a full 360 degrees view and effort.
That's a lot.
And it's a lot. And it's a lot. And also it's very well linked to the policies at the end come back to the local policy and to the regions, because the Commission is saying, no, we have to declare, we are very happy because we have declared the lithium, cobalt and graphite as essential, as critical raw materials. Particularly lithium came in the new critical raw materials list recently, no? And what about nickel? What about copper? What about, at the end, any kind of innovation requires of raw materials. And what we have to be is not only thinking, no, we will declare that raw materials as critical, as an essential, and then we mine sustainable, we mine more of them. No, we have to think on everything. Some of the raw materials can be substituted, but if you substitute, then you create also another dependency. So it's very important to think in the final business model, the obsolescence, recyclability, and also retrofit that on the policy of raw materials extraction, which at the end requires also a lot of technology to be sustainable enough to at the end make the full application net value sustainable. And this is a very important point. We are like all crazy about the batteries, the electrical vehicle. Currently, building one electrical battery is, if you just focus on the mining and then all the supply value chain, is much more pollutant in terms of CO2 emissions and environmental contamination than the whole life of the electrical vehicle running and being of use, no?
Because
so
we're still digging
what
into
we are doing now, what we are doing now. The same value chain and the same case applies to the windmills that we have for producing energy. We are crazy about that, but currently there is no solution for the recycling of the carbon fibers, for the recovery of the rare earths in the permanent magnets, and the rare earths mining is one of the most pollutant, most complex mining and raw materials strategy in the sector, no? So we have to think on everything.
That echoes very well what I think Oscar and Maite were putting forward this morning on the process recovery, because right now we are screwing up, but of course the idea is where are we tomorrow and the next day, of course. That being said, I wanted to turn to Wouter, because the sustainability pressure is posing some challenges to everyone, manufacturers, the infrastructure players, the battery manufacturers themselves. Wouter, the financial guy in me wants to ask a bit about risk capital. Do we have all the risk capital we need in Europe? Are all players playing, their role in there? What is your opinion? Because we're speaking of heavy capex, we're speaking of innovation, intangible assets. There's quite a lot to sustain.
Exactly. My first point to link up what was just said is we really need to think hard about the battery regulation, the targets that are being put there, and then also see how are we going to implement it in the value chain here in Europe. It's nice to have a high recycling target, but if you don't have the means then in Europe to produce the recycled material, and people are moving around old batteries somewhere else to get them recycled and get them back to Europe, then that's not the right way to go. We need to think of sustainability in the entire value chain and match it with the investment necessary. So already in our Horizon Europe program, as you heard Guido said this morning, we're now working on the 23-24 program. We have a lot of calls that will go on this topic. Either the direct recycling of components directly into a new battery, either refining the materials into the battery grade materials, but also eco design. So also the kind of battery swapping new business models we will also be looking to fund under Horizon Europe. And that's actually for the wider scale. There is, I think, enough money available. The money won't be the problem. The problem is we need to make sure that money ends up at the right places with the right priority given in the policy measures. For example, tomorrow probably we'll see the launch of the Repower EU policy agenda, which, as it looks now, the latest drafts that have been leaked does not include batteries. But a lot of it will be asked of batteries, because there will be more renewable energy, more wind energy, more solar energy, more heat pumps, which will create a lot of stresses on the grid, for which we need storage to solve it, and batteries are the one way to go. And also for mobility, there's lots of targets where we need the money. So we need to get our priority policies right, then the money will flow. And that being said, we need to be careful that there's not too many initiatives, and that we make sure that the people who actually need the money can find their way to it. So that's also what we're trying now to work within the partnership to help our industry and research members to really connect to the venture capitalists, but also the European Investment Bank, also the European Investment Council, the European Investment Fund. So there's already 3 initiatives with European investment and innovation in the names, and you can see that it becomes complicated quickly. So we need to make sure that the people who need it get it.
Yeah, that's interesting, because there's a lot of cash in the market. Everyone is ESG focused. Public entities are also pouring in as well. Is that your experience, Costanza?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
About the risk capital, do you consider that there is enough also on the market for startups, for example? I'm thinking of your experience as i-HeCoBatt.
Let's say there is a lot, for sure. Not for the early phases. I have to admit that in my experience, for the early phases, these EU support and boosted are really important. So there is a lot of trust in the innovating potential of small businesses, and I think this is a plus because it allows them to grow and then to attract this private and venture capital. So on that, I have really to praise public authorities, at least for our experience. And then the point is, however, to try not to, how to say, separate or keep these little distinctions among the companies. We need really to focus on nurturing an environment which is an ecosystem, which is largely compatible. Because if we don't do so, and we don't really, seen from the industry perspective, if we don't provide the market for this solution, these innovations that can, let's say, make up for technological obsolescence, then it's going to be more difficult to invest in research on new raw materials, for instance. We need, I mean, creating a market is always an important thing. We need to act from both sides, and here I'm acting from the end side, and you from the starting point. But yeah, that's crucial.
Thanks. And switching back now to the SBMC hat, and maybe to all of the speakers to close the round, because I know that I'm late again, and I'm sorry about that. That's the story of my life, which is not convenient when you have to take a plane, but that's, you know, a different story. What I would like to ask each of you is to see, from what you've heard this morning, what we just discussed, you know, what are the kind of top key recommendations, top key takeaways, or let's say 2 top recommendations or investment priorities that you would like to highlight from the 2 sessions, be it so that we can share them with European Commission colleagues, or be it as just general statements. I would like to start with Luigi.
Yes, sorry, I was in mute. Main takeaway from my side, work a lot on materials, because it is one of the first things I think too, because we do have this constraint, meaning also recycling, of course, meaning urban mining, as we said before. This is very crucial because we can have good materials, sometimes battery-grade materials available and with 0 kilometers, so in our cities. Working on interoperability is another very important task for making all these assets available for common people, not only for rich people as was in the first wave. Good, it was good for starting the market, but now we need cheap cars, cheap batteries in our houses, in our streets. Finally, keep going in the good direction of regulation and the battery passport and all the framework of the European industry for batteries, which was put in place from the Commission, for all the entities in Europe in the last years. It works very good now. I think it's a good framework of innovation, research, and also industry. And we are seeing the result now. We will see in the years to come a lot of gigafactories in our states. Very important thing.
Grazie, Luigi.
Prego.
Wouter, from your side?
From my side, and I think it shows this event that we have here, which is an excellent organization, and putting together already in this morning section so many interesting viewpoints and interesting and very knowledgeable people together. So the knowledge is there, and I don't mean just the tech is there, but also the knowledge how to organize it, because battery value chain in Europe is not that old. We really needed to start from scratch, needed to build a lot, and you see now that also we're really starting to get this knowledge about how we need to organize it, both on a regional level or within the value chain or on the European level. So that's really what it's very good to see, and we need to keep exchanging and make sure that that knowledge is disseminated through events like this. And the second point is really the integrality. We have to integrate solutions along the value chain. So if you're working on an advanced material, you have to think of the end case to make it cheap, like Luigi said. We have to think about the raw materials in the beginning to make it sustainable and reliable in terms of value chain. We have to think of integrality in different business cases together. What Luigi also said, like we can combine solar with batteries, with other business models. And we have to look at the integrality between all this system on the different levels. So within EU, within regions, within a national level, and with the companies, which was also what's happening in the battery swapping. You have all these stakeholders coming together and working together. And this is an open hand from me for everybody who's working in the European battery industry. Reach out to us at the BAT4EU partnership and BEPA. And we can see how we can connect and learn from each other and really create in Europe this value chain that we desperately need for energy security, energy to stop energy poverty, and to be more sustainable.
Bedankt, Wouter. BEPA's word has been heard, so the call is out. Thank you. Costanza?
Thank you. Key policy recommendation is a geopolitical one for the presentation of the Repower EU tomorrow. Don't go back because of the present challenges with energy supply. That's the key, but everybody knows that. I will just restate something that has already been said. I think from the programs that were presented today in terms of funding from public authorities, we see that there is still a bit of a compartmentalized approach in EU funding. And I think that what we are presenting here demonstrates that, I mean, people working on raw materials need to work with last mile vehicle producers in order to make a really sustainable chain that is sustainable not only from an ecological point of view, but also from an economic point of view. So that would be my recommendation, and also link more, I mean, the thing of tech obsolescence. I mean, if we are to become the second worldwide battery producer and to be autonomous 89% by 2030 or things like that, we need to think how to integrate and use the more sustainable materials into the battery. We need to think about these things together and how you can create batteries and power units where materials can be substituted without changing the entire infrastructure. I think this is key.
Very good, very clear. Thank you, Costanza. Grazie.
Last but not the least.
Definitely not the least.
I will just highlight, like in bullet points, no? three points. Common effort from the regions, paying attention from all the value chain of efforts, from the standards, circularity, investments, etc., etc. Investment, so creating the proper atmosphere at regional level, but also European level for attracting investors, and not only Europeans. At the end, we need to really create a consolidated investment, like forum, alliance, effort in Europe. Paying attention also in this investment to the small and medium enterprises that's driven that we have in Europe. No?
But assuming that we need to work in alliances then?
Yes, work in alliances and paying attention also to investors, but also technological drivers, or promoters of technology. And most of them rely on small and medium enterprises. I think it's also a very important point. And final point, material passports, 360 degrees view of the circular and safe by design thought of the new batteries coming, and this includes new technologies, rationality in the advanced materials, new technologies for recycling, 360 degrees, paying attention also of the energy, the use of resources for extracting the raw materials, new technologies for recovering, new technologies for profitability of raw materials in waste, industrial symbiosis, so all keywords that are constituting the 360 degrees view of the effort that we have to do in the design of new materials. No? So,
I think that was a great summarizing point. In the sense you speak my own mind, because what we've seen this morning is that we took it right from the raw materials, we turned it into chemistries, and we discussed the tech pathways. But of course, at some point, there is the link to the market, there is the piloting demonstration, the market outreach, there is the scalability issues, and all around this, we have the support system. What we see is that from this morning, we have all tools in our hands, but now it's about putting things together. So let me thank you first, speakers. So the 4 of you, 2 online, 2 lives. It was really interesting. And I wish to thank you also for your great listening. I know I didn't leave space for questions, but otherwise I will have problems. So we need to keep that for lunch, for the breaks, and for the other sessions. So a round of applause for the speakers.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will invite Evelina to give us the instructions on the way forward. So Evelina, floor is yours. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Pierre, and congratulations also for your work. And thanks to all the speakers in this very interesting 2 roundtables, both the speaker in presence, in person, and online. I would like to invite the next speakers of our following blocks. So Michel Arrinda, Paolo Pescetto, Ernesto Fauvel, and Sophie Maillet to join the table. So for the next presentations. So yes, we're now switching to the next block dedicated to the present and future of European leading innovations in sustainable mobility. So while my colleagues prepare everything, so we'll have here the pleasure to acknowledge 4 European projects covering the main innovation in terms of EV components and sustainable mobility. We will start exploring 2 main components of the new generation of electric vehicles. First of all, the i-HeCoBatt project with the innovative battery management system and its heating and cooling strategy. And then to switch to a new integrated axle of electric vehicles with Fission project. Afterwards, we will explore a large-scale demonstration project of sustainable mobility in 7 cities all around Europe and beyond with the Matchup project. And finally, we'll conclude with the most trending topic when it comes to electric vehicles, which is lithium-ion all-solid-state batteries, with a presentation from Astrobat project. So I briefly introduce and welcome also our speakers, Dr. Michel Arrinda Martinez, that you have met at the beginning, from CIDETEC Energy Storage, i-HeCoBatt project coordinator. Dr. Paolo Pescetto from the University of Turin and coordinator of the Fission project. Ernesto Fauvel from Matchup project coordinator and from the municipality of Valencia. Thank you very much. And finally, Dr. Sophie Maillet from CEA and coordinator of Astrobat project. So thank you all for being here, and I invite our first speaker to take the floor with the presentation of i-HeCoBatt project. Please, Michel.
Okay, thank you, Evelina. Okay, just a second. Okay, so as Evelina said, I will present you the project i-HeCoBatt that CIDETEC Energy Storage is coordinating. i-HeCoBatt, the work comes from intelligent heating and cooling solution for enhanced range electric vehicle battery packs. Okay, so with this, I wanted also to give some highlights on some information about the project. It comes from a proposal call from 2018. It started the 1st of January of 2019, and it will end this year, next month, the 13th of June, so of 2022. So we are just finishing all the reports, and this is a little bit what is pending to give an end to the project. And just to mention that we are a small consortium. We are 6 partners, us, CIDETEC Energy Storage, Research Center, CEA Research Center, DATIC, and LOMARTOV from Spain, and then we have industrial partners Audi from Germany and MIBA from Austria. Okay. First of all, I wanted to show you the objectives we had at the beginning of the project. We had 5 main objectives to fulfill with our work in the project. First of all, we wanted to develop a novel heat exchanger in the project that will be the X of the whole project, and that focused on responding the first 2 main objectives. We have developed a novel heat exchanger that at the beginning wanted to improve up to 5% the e-powertrain overall efficiency. And besides, this novel heat exchanger should have at least 20% less cost, less mass production cost than the original one. So that was the X, I will say, of the project. But then we had some additional elements that we wanted to achieve with this project. On one hand, we wanted to integrate new components and functionalities leading to higher user-friendliness, reduction of range anxiety, and temperature impact on the degradation of the battery pack. The novel heat exchanger itself responds of some of them, but we also developed some paralleling tools, some paralleling software that could provide additional features to that developed novel heat exchanger. We had as 4 main objectives achieve automotive class quality that we have considered we have achieved it since Audi has been involved in all the work packages and has survived them. And also we wanted at the end develop a demonstrator in a real electrical vehicle. In this case, we were not able to achieve that, but we have developed a demonstrator that has shown and validate all the work done in this project. So we have given us as enough of a demonstrator, and we have seen that we have been able to give the results we wanted with the demonstrator we developed. Okay, how we have achieved that? Just to have a little idea on the workflow we had in this project. We divided in 8 work packages all the work, all the tasks in this project. First of all, we focused on testing activity, thanks to CEA laboratory, which meanwhile we also focused on designing and manufacturing a prototype version of that novel heat exchanger, where we also added some printed sensors and heating actuators on that novel heat exchanger. So once we had this, the modeling activity, the smartness of that system was started. In Work Package 5, we developed the modeling library for the original battery pack of Audi's e-tron, as well as the Audi's e-tron version of i-HeCoBatt with that novel heat exchanger. Then we had parallelly in Work Package 6 tools that will help us in the user friendliness. We were able to upload the data from the battery pack to a database in cloud, and then have an interface to interact with that data that give us that user friendliness and allow us to develop diagnosis and safety assessments. Then, thanks to all the testing and all the evaluations, we have developed an industrialization solution for the prototype we developed at the beginning of that novel heat exchanger. And then the last work package was focused on assembling and also integrating these novel heat exchangers into the pack and then into the vehicle. We have we have done the demonstrator at battery pack at prototype level, and then what we have done is develop a virtual industrialized version. So this will be more or less the workflow of the work, of the project. So what we have achieved. I have spoken a little bit about our achievements, but I wanted to number them. So first of all, we have designed the prototype version of the novel heat exchanger. A heat exchanger based on MIVA's flex cooled technology. We designed different, we had different designs and we choose one. We validate it with simulations, and then what we did is manufacture it. And in that manufacturing process, we added printed sensors and heating actuators on the heat exchanger. Then what we did is assemble it in Audi's e-tron battery pack. And once we had the assembly, a version of that battery pack with that novel heat exchanger based on MIVA's flex cooler, we validated it, first of all, with simulations, but also with tests at the lab level. Then, thanks to the information gathered from those tests, what we did is a design of an industrialized setup of that novel heat exchanger. And also, we validated through simulations. I have added a picture. Okay. Here we have CEA's climatic chamber where this battery pack has been tested, and in this battery pack, Audi's e-tron battery pack, so just to see a little bit, it is not possible to show more in detail the developed heat exchangers due to confidentiality issues, but just to know that have some figures is also nice it's always nice to see. And apart of that, what we achieved was we were able to do all that modeling library, which allowed us to develop a smart battery thermal management system control strategy, which was validated through simulations thanks to that modeling library environment. And we also we validated through lab tests. So we have integrated the developed control strategy into the battery pack, into CEA laboratory, and we have been able to validate the performance of that controller. And as parallel elements, also that user-friendliness that we added to the project, we were able to upload all the data done in this case at the lab level, but it will be the same if we have a real vehicle. And we were able to develop some interfaces and a software integrated in the table that will allow the user or the manufacturer to interact with that data that is in the cloud in a user-friendly way. Apart of that, I have spoken about the achievement we had. Now I will quantify them. I have shown you the main objectives of the project. So I wanted to show you why we consider that we have achieved them. In this case, the first main objective was to obtain an increase on the e-powertrain overall efficiency. And to determine that, we state three sub-objectives. First of all, was to obtain improvement on the heating capability. And we have seen that we have been able to obtain a 20% increase in the efficiency of heating capability. So in terms of cooling, we have seen that our idea was that a 5% was enough to obtain our objectives, and we have observed that we have in the prototype version a 10% increase in the cooling capability, efficiency. And then in terms of weight reduction, we have seen that the industrialized version, okay, maybe I should highlight that the green numbers are the prototype, related with the prototype, and the pink values are related with the industrialized version that has been done virtually. So just to mention that the weight reduction expected on the industrialized version is higher than our initial objective. So this is why we consider that the first main objective has been achieved. The second objective was to reduce the cost, and in this case, our objective was to reduce 20%. And we have observed that the industrial version will have 78% less cost than the original one, being critical the removal of gap filler. And then, in terms of the third main objective that I said that was like additional element to that the novel heat exchanger development, but that novel heat exchanger also responds to some sub-objectives, such as, thanks to just the hardware we developed, we have observed that in the prototype we have 30% less temperature dispersion on the whole battery pack, and that in the industrialized version we have 50% less. We have validated it and observed them in the simulations. And also that we reach lower maximum temperatures, which means that we will have a lower effect on the degradation due to high temperatures. And therefore, we will lengthen the life just having, replacing the heat exchanger with the developed novel heat exchanger in this project. And finally, the developed heat exchanger is more environmentally friendly. We observed that the industrialized version will have 64% less impact in carbon footprint, 59% less impact in human health, 45% less impact in ecosystem diversity, and 51% less impact in resources availability. So this is more or less our quantified values from the project. Besides, we have been, CIDETEC and CEA has been participating in this project, so what we have done is provide some improvements to the state of art regarding the modeling, which is under review. We have a scientific publication regarding the all effort done in the modeling, and also the comparison through those models of the original Audi's battery pack and the one assembled in the i-HeCoBatt project. And then we were able to publish a machine learning-based controller paper, and also I will be presenting next week in a conference the actual controllers that we have integrated in this project context, in the demonstrator we built. Finally, just to mention that we have had additional dissemination activities, and here we have some values where I wanted to highlight the two webinars we did, the one in 2021 and the other one in 2022, and also this last event for the project that we are here today. And to finish the presentation, I wanted to gather some highlights, some conclusions from the project that will be the mid to long-term expected impact of the project. So we were able to develop a manufacture and assembly a novel heat exchanger that had a cost burst, a huge cost reduction compared to the original one, as well as higher efficiency in terms of heat cooling capabilities. So we expect to have a nice integration in the market, and as well, since it has a lower cost than the original one, it will affect the affordability of the electric vehicle in general. Since reducing the elements one by one, we will be able to reduce the total cost of those electric vehicles. And also, the results show that we are able to reach lower maximum temperatures and also improve the cooling heating capabilities, and this affects the use range and also the safety of the electric vehicle. So we are contributing on reducing range anxiety and safety public concern. Just to mention that the pending tasks will be, first of all, develop that industrialized version, integrate in manufacturing line of an OEM, and also consolidate all the work and integrate in an electric vehicle and do all the homologations, etc. And this is all. Thanks for your attention, and if you have any question. Okay.
Well, otherwise, we'll try to keep some time, to save some time at the end of this block to for the rest of the questions if we have them. So thank you very much, Mikkel, for this overview of i-HeCoBatt, our main hosting project. We'll have the chance also to meet the rest of the consortium later this afternoon. And now I'll leave the floor to our next speaker, Dr. Paolo Pescetto from the University of Turin, presenting FIGEN project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Well, first of all, I have to apologize. I'm actually not the coordinator of the project, but I'm representing one of the partners of the project. So, yeah, I would like today to give you an introduction to the project, the European-funded project called the FIGEN, which stands for Functionally Integrated E-Axle for Ready for Mass Market Third Generation Electric Vehicle, which is one of our latest projects. The project is quite wide. I will give you an overview of the project, trying to touch every aspect of the project. Of course, if you have some more questions, if you want some more details, I'm available for answer. I will start with describing the architecture that we propose for this e-axle, and then a little bit of focus on the component design and the qualification, and some more details on one of the branches of the project, which is related to the onboard battery charger. So FIGEN project basically comes into the very wide area of transport electrification, and all of you which are here probably work for electrification. The main reasons which are pushing the electrification are reducing the emissions, especially in the cities, the environmental impact, and in general a better life quality for the citizen. And the two, let's say, macro areas that we see for the electrification of the transportation are related to new batteries, which is essentially the focus of this workshop, but also improving the quality and the performance of the powertrains inside the vehicles, which is where we drop with FeedGen. The purpose is exactly to develop a brand-independent e-axle for the next generation of electric vehicles. These are the targets. The project started in early 2019. We are now approaching the final part of the validation for the e-axle, and in particular we target 40% increase in the power density of the motor. This is done on one side exploiting a multi-phase electrical motor, 6-phase permanent magnet synchronous motor, and on the other side by increasing the rotational speed above 18,000 RPM. Second point is increasing the power density of the inverter and in general all the power electronic converters on board, and this is achieved mainly exploiting silicon carbide technologies. We also provide an integrated compatibility with fast charging stations with DC fast chargers, up to 80 kilowatt in average, but with a peak power for charging of 120 kilowatt, and this is embedded in the powertrain. And altogether this should lead to an increase of the power density up to 1,000 kilometers per day, including 3 stops for battery charging. So this is the architecture that we propose. The red blocks are the ones developed within FeedGen. So it's essentially everything from the battery to the wheel. We have essentially a bidirectional DC-DC converter boosting the battery voltage from 400 to 800 volts. We have a silicon carbide 6-phase inverter. We have the 6-phase permanent magnet synchronous motor and the transmission for the interface with the wheel shaft. The fast charging capability is enabled essentially by the DC-DC converter, which provides a regulated DC link voltage up to 800 volts, so it's compatible essentially with the DC charging station at whatever voltage level up to 800 volts. Together with this, we also exploited possible innovative solutions for onboard battery charger intended as AC-DC converter for domestic charging. These are the partners of the consortium. As you see, we are essentially merging academia and industry with research centers. And yeah, the coordinator is Austrian Institute of Technology, and yeah, we are also there. I would give you some more details about the different components which have been designed. Starting from the final application or the final platform which we are targeting. As I mentioned, it's meant to be a brand-independent e-axle, and in particular, we want to achieve different types of vehicle, starting from a small vehicle, an A-segment vehicle. The drive that we developed is enough for an A-segment vehicle, but it can also be adopted for a small SUV, hybrid SUV, in a 4-wheel driving configuration, and you can essentially adopt 2 of these drives in a large SUV in 4-wheel driving configuration. The project targets a TRL7 assessment, and for this we are approaching the testing on a mule of a real battery electric vehicle, and this will be demonstrated in A segment. So although it's compatible with the 3 classes of vehicle, we are demonstrating in the first one. The requirements, the project started with specifications and requirements. These were defined based on both standard homologation procedures, so WLTP and so on, but also from driving cycle experimentally measured on the user side. So this is thanks to basically FCA, which is one of the partners of the consortium. So both for low speed or high speed, for urban and extra-urban driving. About the components design, I will start with the motor, which is one of the lions in the cage. Well, essentially, we exploit a 6-phase internal permanent magnet synchronous machine, which was custom designed to improve the power density and also the rotational speed. We managed to overcome the target of 5 kilowatt per kilogram as power density and an efficiency measured at the bench of a peak efficiency of 96.8%. But as you see from the plot, from the chart there, the efficiency is above 96% in a pretty wide area of torque and speed plane. What was essential for such very high rotational speed is an electromagnetic co-design merged with the mechanical design, and also the adoption of formal leads wire for reducing the AC additional losses. About the inverter, the 6-phase inverter is essentially composed by two 3-phase blocks, and this was enabled by the latest technology of silicon carbide power MOSFET provided by ST Microelectronics. You have here some pictures of the final inverter and on the assembly, and this is now also fully tested. We also have the DC-DC converter, bidirectional DC-DC. This was, let's say, not on the shelf, but we started from a more advanced product. The goal of the DC-DC is double. On one side, you increase the voltage for the DC link. On the other side, you provide compatibility with the fast charging stations. Here we have the transmission, which is also functionally integrated with the drive. It's a single speed transmission, and we also evaluated the possibility to integrate the lubricant oil of the transmission with the cooling circuit of the motor. You see there on the bottom the assembly, the overall assembly with the transmission gearbox, with the motor and the inverter in the back of the motor. The motor by itself doesn't work alone. We need a dedicated advanced motor control, which was developed on purpose for this specific 6-phase machine, which has and drive, which has some peculiarities with respect to standard motors. In particular, the control we developed takes into account many non-linearities and non-idealities which are present in this machine. And another good feature is that we combined the inverter control, so the motor control, with the control of the DC-DC, optimizing the DC link voltage on varying the operating point. So this permits a higher efficiency of the two converters, the DC-DC and the inverter. As I mentioned, we also exploited innovative or investigated innovative solutions for battery charging. The first one is for compatibility with fast charging stations. As I mentioned, this is enabled by the DC-DC, but also we investigated innovative solutions for AC-DC onboard battery chargers, both intended as standalone converters or intended as converters integrated with the drive. I will give you some more details about these integrated chargers in the next slides. I will give you some info about the testing and the current status of the project. So we had 3 levels of testing. The first level was essentially testing every component by itself, alone, and this was done essentially by the partners which developed the components. The second level testing, which is finished kind of 1 week ago, was meant to test the full e-axle altogether, but still at bench level, testing, emulating real operating conditions, driving cycles, and so on. The third level testing, which is currently ongoing, at the moment we are starting to mount the axle on the vehicle on a mule of A-segment vehicle provided by FCA. And by this, here you see the assembly and the rendering of the e-axle in the vehicle. And by this test, we are targeting TRL and MRL7 assessment. I will go a little bit deeper in the description of the onboard battery charger, and in particular, what do we mean with integrated battery charger? Well, essentially, it means exploiting the power electronics, which is already available on the vehicle and the motor itself, for realizing an integrated charger. So instead of having a dedicated converter for charging the battery, you reconfigure the powertrain to act as a battery charger at charging stage. This permits a higher compactness of the vehicle as a whole, lower number of components, and in general, a higher power capability of the charger. On the other hand, it introduces also quite more challenges. First of all, you need to ensure that you do not produce torque during charging because you excite the motor. You want a minimum complexity of the reconfiguration, and you must ensure safety of the users. This was a key point in the research because most of the integrated chargers in literature are not isolated, and this can cause quite big challenges with common mode voltages and current, potentially dangerous for the user. Essentially in the project we propose two types of topologies for integrated onboard battery charger with the peculiarity of being isolated, so providing galvanic isolation between the grid and the battery. The two proposals are called fully integrated and semi-integrated solution, and I will briefly go through them. The concept of the full integrated charger is essentially to exploit the 6-phase permanent magnet motor, which we have in the Fijian e-axle, as an isolation transformer at 50 Hz. So one of the two 3-phase sets is connected to the grid, the other one is inverter controlled, and we essentially exploit the machine as an isolation transformer. Here you see the single-phase configuration of the integrated charger. The inverter unit connected to the other 3-phase set is custom controlled for regulating the power flow with optimal efficiency without producing torque, and managing the power transmission to the battery. So we managed to achieve a pretty good control of the grid and battery current. It's reversible, so it's compatible with vehicle-to-grid applications. We do not produce torque during charging, and we provide galvanic isolation, which was a key point of the research. Here we have an example of results. What matters is basically this chart, which show that the grid current is well sinusoidal with a low THD and well in phase with the grid voltage. The second topology is called semi-integrated onboard charger because essentially we add some components here, but the additional component is just a passive diode bridge. The point is that with this topology we are, let's say the motor operates closer to its ratings during traction, so it actually works better than the other one, but at the cost of some additional components, which are essentially this diode bridge and the inductors for grid interface. Well, one of the two inverter set, 3-phase inverter, acts as an active front-end rectifier. The other one properly excites the motor, again without producing torque, again regulating the power flow to the battery, and again with maximizing the efficiency. The two three-phase sets are magnetically coupled, so we induce electromotive force in the other three-phase set, which is rectified by the diode bridge and finally charges the battery. Here we have an example of experimental results which we tested at full power on a prototype, and I would say it worked pretty well, and we also have several publications on it. To conclude, with the FIGEN project, we aim to develop a functionally integrated, pretty compact e-axle for the next generation of electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles, but also full electric vehicles, but also hybrid electric vehicles. The targets are achieved at the moment. The design is over. We are approaching the last validation at TRL 7. In particular, the maximum speed was increased to 23,000 RPM, so well above the original specification, the original target, and we achieved a continuous power up to 130 kilowatt, which become 220 kilowatt peak in overload. The power density also exceeded the original plan, the original target, reaching 6 kilowatt per kilogram, and the peak efficiency is also above the original proposal, up to 96.8%. About the inverter, also we achieved at industrial level a pretty high power density, up to which is 35 kilowatt per liter. And as I mentioned, the demonstration and the validation at TRL 7 is currently ongoing. As a part of the project, another branch of the project exploited possible integration of the onboard charger with the traction drive. If you are interested in the project, you want to know something more, you can either ask to me during the workshop or follow us. We are essentially in any social media, and well, if you have any question, thank you for listening, and I'm here to answer.
Thank you very much, Paolo, for presenting FIGEN project and for representing the coordinator and the whole consortium. I will now leave the floor to our next speaker, Ernesto i-HeCoBatt, Vice President of the Professional Board of Computer Engineers in Valencia region and representing from the Municipality of Valencia Matchup project. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this amazing event. I'm learning a lot of things, especially to, well, i-HeCoBatt project and LOMARTOV team. Thank you for making it visible to disseminate our project. I would like to warn you in advance that unfortunately for you, I'm not going to talk about batteries. This is the reason why I'm wearing this shirt with hundreds of batteries, so as to compensate this fact, this inconvenience. And I am going to talk mainly about electromobility, because this project is, let me first give you a kind of background information so as to put in context our project. First, I would like to give you some information about our strategy, the strategy of Valencia City Council, whose name is Valencia 2030 Urban Strategy. And you can see here some of the challenges that we are proposing. And one of them is promoting a sustainable, efficient, and safe mobility model. So this is one of our main goals and challenges. Starting from that and working together with this strategy, we have defined an innovation strategy whose name is Missions 2030. With this innovation strategy, we have defined 4 models of city: healthy city, shared city, entrepreneurial city, and sustainable city. Here we have different areas of influence, different focuses, and you can see on the right side of the slide our first mission, because this strategy based on missions will define or will identify some missions. And we have approved with the relevant share of the City Council, 31 out of 33 councillors from different colors, even from not in the government but in the opposition, have approved this model first and this mission, because the first mission that we have approved is the climate mission. In fact, we have applied. We have one of the city, 370, I don't know how many cities that have applied for becoming one of the 100 European cities neutral, climatically speaking. Unfortunately, we have been selected. We have one of the 100 cities, and let me tell you one secret, because we are hoping that maybe we could be one of the pilot cities for guiding this process for the rest of the cities in Europe. So we are working hard in collaboration with other Spanish cities and in different networks, and we're working so hard with this mission. And as you can see, there are some main topics, main domains of emission impacts, and in the top is mobility and transport. We have others, obviously, but mobility and transport is very, very relevant. And also energy, and this could put in context the project that I'm going to talk about. And first I would like to kind of merge the information that I have talked about before and what we are going to describe later. So as you can see here, we have some models of cities, some missions. We are going to work with 6 missions, and we have some demonstrative projects. And here is where I can match this strategy with the project, because we will work with different demonstrative projects, and MatchUp is one of the flagship ones. Because now I'm going to move into MatchUp, if this works. Yeah. Here's the summary information, the summarized information about MatchUp. As you can see here, you can see here the map of the consortium. But first, let me give you some data about the project. This is a Horizon 2020 project from the Call Smart Cities and Communities 01 Lighthouse project, that are the more relevant projects in terms of smart city funded by the Commission. So it's a very, very complex project with a budget of more than 17 million euros, with 28 partners from 8 different countries, with a big diversity within them, both geographically, culturally, and well, quite difficult to manage sometimes, and including obviously 3 lighthouse cities and 4 follower cities. The lighthouse cities are Valencia, that are the coordinator, the municipality of Valencia is coordinating, Dresden in Germany, and Antalya in Turkey, with 4 follower cities in different countries, as you can see on the slide, and some cross-cutting partners that are work package leaders of the different work packages. So as you can see, each of the lighthouse cities has a consortium, small consortium, that are composed by different partners that are experts in different things. For example, we have with my friend and colleague Ángel Navarro from Las Naves is the mobility expert in Las Naves, that is the innovation center that is working together with the municipality. So without Las Naves, we couldn't afford, we couldn't tackle a project like this. And apart from that, we have, for example, ITE, that we have a colleague from this Technological Institute of Energy in the consortium, and each city has different partners for each of the pillars that I'm going to describe in the following slide after this. So first, let me talk about the general objectives, each of them related to one or several work packages. For example, the first one is to foster urban transformation by means of identifying priorities, planning, and then creating replication plans for each city in Matcha project, including the followers. The second one is related to the demonstrators. We have 3 work packages, one for each of the lighthouse cities. Next, to deploy a deep monitoring and evaluation program that is very relevant for the Commission, as you may know. It's related to Work Package 5. Related to business models and exploitation, we have objectives 4 and 6. For 5, to create clusters and networks with different projects. For example, this action being here, for me, is a way of collaborating within the other projects and calls. And finally, last but not least, we have the dissemination and communication strategy that is very relevant for us. We have worked with a methodology that is identified here. First, identification of the city challenges, then involving the city, the key stakeholders, including the citizens, crossing supply and demand, then deploying the demonstration, measuring and analyzing the impact in the next step, and then selecting the most relevant actions to be replicated or upscaled. Well, you can see here now the pillars of the project, because you can see here in yellow, this kind of yellow color are the energy actions that we have in 2 different interventions. The second one is sustainable mobility, it's one of the pillars, obviously. The urban platform, because we can forget that this is a smart city project, the ICT pillar is very relevant. And we have also, in my opinion, the name is not very correct. Non-technical actions are social actions, let me say, because we have citizen engagement actions, innovative business models, policies, and so on that are very relevant for the project. And as you can see here, the number of actions that each action could be considered a project. So this a crazy thing that we have 141 actions in the project, including 29 actions only for mobility in each of the lighthouse cities. You can see here, we in Valencia have 11 mobility actions, but also some of the non-technical actions are related to mobility, as you will see. So here you have the list of actions that are related to sustainable mobility in Matchup. I'm not going one by one because we will run out of time. But as you can see, one of the main topics in sustainable mobility, obviously, is electric mobility. And we have monitoring different vehicles, e-vehicles, related to the municipal fleet and the companies that are working for us, the e-buses that I will explain briefly in the following slide, and some bikes that I'm also going to give you more information. Next topic is charging station, because we work also with the infrastructure that is necessary for promoting and making it feasible to have a way of promoting for the citizens, because without a charging infrastructure it's very difficult to make it happen. The third topic is related to the demand management. So in both directions, Paolo has mentioned V2G projects. We have also an action related to vehicle-to-grid topic, and also, obviously, we work with a platform for the management of the charging process, both for the private vehicles and also for the public e-buses. Apart from that, we work with another topic that is the logistics, last mile logistics, and also another project that I will describe briefly. Also working with multimodality, we have deployed 2 multimodal hubs with 8 poles spread around the city. And finally, intelligent transport systems, one of them is smart parking. This is only a list for the actions, and apart from that, we have identified some other actions that are related to the group that I have identified as non-technical actions. One of them could be the city policies. Some of the policies are obviously related to mobility. and I will describe briefly some of them. And updating the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan is also one of the actions included in MatchUp. And let me give you some short information about some of the mobility actions. Here you can see 2 of the e-buses in Valencia. They were bought by, if I'm not wrong, by 2017. To be honest with you, the performance of these e-buses related to their cost is not comparable with hybrid buses up to now. Fortunately, the technology is more mature now, and we are going to buy, or we have bought, but we haven't yet in our fleet, I don't know, by 20 e-buses, thank you, Angel, 20 e-buses that are going to be deployed during this year and the following one. So technology has improved, and now prices maybe are more affordable, and apart from that, we have to. So with hybrid buses, we don't achieve the goals of sustainability of the mission, climate mission that we have. We need to make an effort related to that. During this period, we have compared both models. One of them is Chinese, and the other is Spanish. And we have assessed, measured the performance so as to compare, and now with this, part of the results have been taken for MatchUp. We will proceed taking a decision for the future. Another action, please forgive me for this picture, where both Angel and me are in this last mile logistic e-bike. The name of the project is De la Cistella a Casa. It's in Valencian language. It's something like from basket to the house. And we put in contact small companies, small commerces, shops, with the citizens of the maritime district, that is in which the project is focused on, and well, giving for the citizens some advantages that could have from other big stakeholders, such as Amazon and things like that. So it's good both for the shops and obviously for the citizens. And on the second part of the slide, you can see the project that is named Majors sobre Rodes, something like Seniors on Wheels. And with this project, people can ask for a ride, but could have this ride for mainly for leisure, for having a ride around the promenade, but also for going to the doctor or to the pharmacy or whatever, or wherever. So it's a very interesting project for people with reduced mobility or seniors. We have promoted both projects in a fair that was carried out last weekend, Cicloferia, and well, this was a success. Next is about the infrastructure, and you can see here the map. Let me tell you another secret. When we started the project, one of the goals that I have inside my mind was if we succeed in having a better infrastructure of charging points than now, that we started from scratch, so the project will be successful in this fact. So we have deployed different kind of chargers. You can see some of them related to solar pergolas. Others are fast charging points that we have deployed up to now 3 related to, I'm talking about public infrastructures on the streets. And we are in tender process 8 more or 9 more. Next, humble lamppost that is, to be honest, has been one of the most amazing actions that I have had in the project. And if I have a couple of minutes, I would like to tell you about the history of the process for this, because I remember when we started with the public lighting department, because it consists on combining public lighting infrastructures with e-chargers. So it's it could sound quite weird. And I remember, if it was today, the first meeting with the public lighting department, and he's a friend of mine, a colleague, but he's a friend. So he watched me and told me, "You guy, put off your hands from my lampposts." He told me, like, "Please don't rape my lampposts." So obviously it was a nonsense. So after some psychoanalysis sessions with him, some coffees, some beers, he turned into being the most enthusiastic person for this project. So I don't remember the reason, maybe we convinced him, but now he is as I have said, the most enthusiastic person for this project. We have deployed this in 6 lampposts, 12 e-chargers, but apart from that, we have replicated. So we have started with the replication. To tell you the truth, not in the lamppost, next to the lamppost, but taking advantage of the model that is not creating a new infrastructure, not paying for a new contract, not making civil works, but using the public lighting infrastructure. For this, each charger has cost us by 2,000 euros. For the fast charging points, obviously it's not the same service, but more than 50,000 euros. And you have to pay every single year for the contract for this. And for the humble lamppost, obviously you don't have to pay because you are paying for the public lighting. And the last is related to the parking, so nothing about that. And to finish with, we have also some actions related to the e-parking, smart parking, sorry, and the platform, the management platform of the system. And we have deployed in the parking that is next to the central market this action that controls, as you will be able to see in the next slide. We have identified this parking. We have, with an algorithm based on artificial intelligence, we detect if the parking slot is occupied or not, and we are crossing the information with the use of the charger, so as to identify, well, the place is with a car, but it's not charging. It's charging, it's free, the slot, so we have 3 different stages, and for us it's very relevant to know the use of the parking. This action has been carried out by ETRA, that is one of the partners in Matchup, and it's a very interesting action. And finally, related to non-technical actions, we have deployed some policies that are related to electromobility. For example, plug-in hybrid e-vehicles or e-vehicles don't pay for the regulated areas, for HORA in Spain. We have deployed a brochure with with the main topics related to sustainable mobility, towards sustainable mobility in Valencia. We have approved the ordinance for mobility, including e-scooters, e-bikes, e-motorbikes, and all the vehicles that are on the street. And we have designed a brochure for making it more understandable for the citizens how it works, this fact of installing i-charger. And to finish with, as some conclusions, I think that we have to work from the municipality perspective in this pilot and demonstrative projects, so as to give example in part to the citizenship, because sometimes we have to promote from nothing, because well, we don't install charging points because we don't have e-cars. So, but it could be, it's the chicken egg problem. So if you don't have an infrastructure, it's more difficult. And in this way, we have to work hard for pave the path for the electromobility. And that's all from my side. Thank you again for your attention and for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ernesto, for this very pragmatical and live presentation. I will now give the floor to our last speaker for this block, Dr. Sophie Maillet, Manager of European Affairs at CIDETEC Region and Project Coordinator of i-HeCoBatt. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I even the presentation. Sorry.
Yes, we are working on that.
I sent to you the graph.
Yeah, it's just because it's PDF, so it's...
Yeah, but I sent also the
PowerPoint?
Yeah, but on another message because it was today.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. So thank you very much for this meeting. So I will talk to you about the i-HeCoBatt project. So we go back now to the battery. So i-HeCoBatt means all solid-state reliable battery for 2025. Okay. So i-HeCoBatt project is a European project funded under the Horizon 2020. It's a research innovation action. This project is coordinated by the CA, and the consortium is built up of 14 partners covering all the value chain. So when I said value chain, this would like to say that we begin with the material, and we go up to the user with, for example, Stellantis, that is an electrical vehicle, a manufacturer of vehicle and electrical vehicle as well. So the context of i-HeCoBatt has been already discussed this morning. So based on the climatic change, we need to clearly modify and develop the electrification of transport. The Fit for 50 package objective is to achieve a reduction in road transport emission of 90% by 2050. So clearly it's necessary now to develop new battery and to develop this also in view to have a new European battery technology in Europe, competitive and also innovative. i-HeCoBatt challenge and target value is to reach high energy density and safer battery. We have already discussed about this morning. Effectively, the Gen 4A considered inside the project will address NMC and silicon solid electrolyte materials. In this case, we need to see that with the nickel, manganese, cobalt materials, we have high voltage that allow to reach high energy density, but effectively, this lead also to some difficulties, like the fact that we have the degradation of electrolyte, liquid electrolyte, with this high voltage material. We would like also to have some new pre-prototype generation of cell for 2030 target, where we would like to see fast charge rate above 10 C for power density. And the last challenge is also to consider the cost that should be lower than 100 euro by kilowatt-hour. So the i-HeCoBatt objective is to find a better cell architecture with all solid-state electrolyte and to design a well-suited electrolyte for the new high energy electron material and to develop, and I said, compatible process for mass production. This mass production is very important in order to rapidly transfer the knowledge to industrial partners and not change all the infrastructure that are already done inside Europe. We have 5 objectives inside the project that follow the improvement and the development of the technology. First of all, we work on the development of material for solid hybrid electrolyte and electrode to achieve high energy and effectively to validate some material that are already on the shelf, like NMC 622 or NMC 811. We would like to address processing technique compatible with large-scale manufacturing. At the end of the project is a 10 ampere hours E-type cell that should be validated inside the development in industrial environment. We will develop the 2030 eco-design generation P-type and E-type cell as prototype type, as said. And the main issue is also to improve safety. To improve the safety, effectively, we consider solid electrolyte that allow to reduce the flammability of electrolyte and also to avoid the lithium dendrite formation. And the last point considers the development of the full value chain. So in this case, we involve different partners from the industries, but also through the advisory board. We have also some other partners inside the advisory board that allow us to consider recycling activity as example. So this is a short explanation. So we go to the traditional battery with electrolyte and liquid electrolyte that are flammable. This system has low potential due to the fact that there's some degradation of electrolyte. Now with i-HeCoBatt we integrate solid electrolytes with non-flammable electrolyte. And because it is not possible to address all the specification of material, of electron material with the same electrolyte, we will develop a specific catholyte at the anode, allowing to be compatible with the modification of volume, the volume change of silicon electrode. And as a cathode, we develop a catholyte associated to the high voltage. In the middle, it's a specific membrane that is developed with polymer, liquid, ionic liquid in order to increase conductivity, and LLZO to reduce the problem associated to lithium, the risk of lithium dendrite formation, and also to improve conductivity as well. So inside the project, we have developed different, first of all, the lithium salt. 3 new lithium salt has been synthesized at the Warsaw University, the LiPDI, the LiPCP, and the LiHPCAP, in order to have a more stable thermally lithium salt and also more stable in presence of water. So this material has been also tested in order to increase the electrochemical windows and to increase the lithium transport. Here you can see that the LiPCP gives us some interesting result in comparison with the LiPF6 that is classically used in lithium-ion battery. As I said to you, we have developed also the LLZO materials. It's a ceramic. Fraunhofer has obtained high-quality LLZO powder with high conductivity. And the objective was also to obtain a lower particle size, lower than 1 micron, in order to be processable for specific application in inkjet printing. The main result inside the project is also on the conductivity of the electrolyte that has been developed specifically in anolyte and catholyte materials. Here you have the result with Armoser and fluoropolymer developed by Daikin. Armoser has been developed at Fraunhofer, and for the both, it was possible to obtain the KPI that we have identified of 0.4 millisiemens by centimeter. And the KPI also of electrochemical windows has been validated. For the result on the anode side, for example, here you can see that we have developed and characterized 6 new grades of silicon in order to optimize the electrode material and to select the best particle performance materials. This process of electrode has been done considering tape casting, classical tape casting, and it's only the impregnation of hybrid polymer electrolyte that is new inside the project, and in comparison with the development of electrode that is done for liquid electrolyte. The result with this anode is attractive because in this case we obtain 1,250 milliampere by gram over 100 cycle with this silicon electrode and armor cell formulation. Now I will jump to the new cell design and new process. As I said to you, we need to develop for 2050 new eco-design P-type cell. In this case, a reflection has been done and modelization has been done in order to optimize and to identify the best architecture of the cell. In general, when you have some electron material with for classical lithium-ion battery with liquid electrolyte, there's a porosity that is used to hold the liquid electrolyte. In the case of all solid-state battery, we need to impregnate directly the new conductive, unique conductive material that is solid. This leads to some difficulties because it could be some pathways that are not clearly connected, and also that generate resistance inside the electrode material. So it's necessary to improve this. And for this purpose, inside the project, we develop some new ink integrating the polymer electrolyte, unique polymer electrolyte, and also lithium salt, and particles that are active particles in this case. And this need to be able to be used inside the inkjet printing in order to design and optimize the materials. So this is some example of material that has been done, and effectively we are able to develop electron material by inkjet printing, and after to progress inside the full realization of the cell. And as we have discussed this morning, it's also very important to consider certification and standard for the material that is developed for the next generation of lithium-ion cell. This is done inside the project in collaboration with LOMARTOV of LAF, and is discussed also in collaboration with the industrial partner of the project in order to have the minimum criticality on material selection, minimum resource consumption, minimum carbon footprint, and safe by design and recycling by design. The recycling activity will be start soon in order to validate clearly the impact of this new material with the recycling development. So the midterm impact inside the i-HeCoBatt effectively is to have the possibility to develop new material. For the cathode, we clearly go to the development also to low cobalt materials. For example, we have effectively developed the first test on NMC 622, and now we are looking for the NMC 811. So the project is also to promote all the deployment of electric vehicles by developing disrupting battery technology, and this is also done in collaboration with Leclanché and ELAF in order to have some modeling about the performances of the material versus the scenario of use of lithium battery. So the over long-term expected impact is also based on the development of eco-design safety of the material used for a low environmental impact in Europe. And effectively, we have also some activity in IPR management. At the moment, we have one patent ongoing, and we will also develop some other publication in this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sophie, for this thorough presentation of i-HeCoBatt project, and also for giving us a hint of the main topics and challenges we will be tackling tomorrow in the first session about materials and battery value chains. So we have now arrived to the end of the first part. I will steal just 5 minutes from our lunch break, if you allow me, to see if we have some questions from the audience. I understand that from Slido we don't have any questions. So are there any questions from the audience or from the panelists themselves? Yes, and if Isaac can lend the microphone. ¿Tienes que pulsar mucho tiempo?
Yes, okay. Thank you. Miguel Farfura from CIRCE. I have a question for Paolo. Very interested in the approach of the design of the onboard charger for the vehicle. I have just 2 questions. If you have in the end be able to test the bidirectional capabilities of this approach, and also we saw that you have a DC-DC of 800 volts coming out the battery. This DC-DC is always mandatory, or is an optional DC-DC?
I have to push? Okay. Thank you for the question. About the bidirectional charger, so vehicle to grid, only for the first topology, because that one is bidirectional, while the semi-integrated charger is not, because we have the diode bridge, which is unidirectional. So yes, for the first one, yes, we tested experimentally in the lab, and it's reversible. The problem of that one is that you must work with the motor at 50 Hertz, while the motor is designed for a pretty much higher frequency. So that's let's say, the drawback limiting that topology. While it's also the reason why it works much better in the second one, where you excite it close to its nominal frequency. About the DC-DC, I put it there because we have it in FitGen project for 800 volt operation, but it's actually not mandatory. You could also go directly to the battery. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I will invite you to give your questions to the panelists during the networking lunch break that will take place on the terrace just right now. So thank you all to all the panelists for this block, for your presentation, and we'll all join at the terrace for the lunch break, and also for our attendees following on YouTube. We will meet again at 3:30, so 15:30, for the next session presenting in detail i-HeCoBatt results and from on behalf of all the partners. Thank you all, and have a good lunch and a good break.
afternoon. We will start in 3 minutes. Once y 20. Okay, we are going to start the afternoon. First of all, good afternoon to all. I hope you have enjoyed the lunch and the good weather that we have today. Now we retake the afternoon with the third block, where we are going to discover the key innovation advances brought by i-HeCoBatt project. This i-HeCoBatt, as you know, is the main driving force of the present workshop. And through a pretty small consortium, huge developments have been achieved in the electric vehicle battery management system by the eco-design of a coarse-bursting industrial battery heat exchanger to minimize the impact on full electric vehicle range in extreme conditions. As the main concept of the project has been already introduced this morning, now it's time to go deep into the results. So let me welcome our speakers. First, those that are here present. Welcome Dr. Miquel Arrinda Martinez again. Welcome Alois Legner. Welcome Dr. Enrique Moliner. And then our colleagues, Dr. Nicolas Hasquet. Are you here? Online, yeah. But it's present, right? And we have also online Dr. Pierre Wallman. Let's wait if
He's connected. We have a little bit not connected yet.
Okay, so we
But
can
he
start.
will connect, yes,
We can start with the first talk. Okay. So I invite our first speaker, Miquel Arrinda, that you from CIDETEC, that you already know. Please, Miquel, the floor is yours.
Thank you a lot of Isaac. Okay. At the morning, I have presented the project i-HeCoBatt, and now what I will present is the technical work done by CIDETEC, by CIDETEC Energy Storage Research Center, in terms of the battery thermal management system control strategy. Okay, so we are now describing which is the brain, I would say, that controls that novel heat exchanger. Okay. So first of all, I wanted to contextualize a little bit. If you have been in the previous presentations, you will know more about the i-HeCoBatt project. And this technical work contextualized in the third main objective of the project, that is integrate new components and functionalities, highlighting the word functionalities, leading to higher user-friendliness, reduction of range anxiety, and temperature impact on degradation of the battery pack. And in terms of sub-objectives, we had the thermal homogeneity on the battery pack, the satisfactory behavior in extreme events, in extreme temperatures, and the energy efficiency. So in case of the hardware itself, the developed heat exchanger, we were able to obtain thermal homogeneity. We were able to reduce considerably the thermal dispersion on the battery pack. So we focused with the software, with the brain, with that controller, in, first of all, the range anxiety, the temperature impact of on the degradation, as well as satisfactory behavior in extreme events, extreme temperatures, and also energy efficiency, which is related with use range increase. So this controller was placed in an actual hardware, an actual battery pack, which was the Audi's e-tron battery pack, where we replaced the heat exchanger with some other elements by the MIBAS flex cooler technology. So as a result, what we had is a battery pack with 27 modules, more than 90 temperature measurements, one heat exchanger based on flex cooler technology, and on the flex cooler we had 3 different resistance areas that were that are independently controlled. And which are the advantages of this system? It's a repetition from the previous presentation, but just to understand it, this novel heat exchanger, this novel battery pack, has an improved e-powertrain efficiency in overall, thanks to the improved cooling capabilities and heating capabilities, and as well it has a much lower cost. And this will be the contextualization of the technical work done related with that control strategy. So what we have done is we have proposed, designed and implemented a thermal management system control strategy that mixes PID controllers and state diagram controller concepts. As a result, what we have is a smart control strategy that brings the system to a stable state thanks to the continuous and smooth PID response of the controller, while adapting smartly to different scenarios and objectives that is given thanks to that state diagram controller's concept. So in this slide, what we can see at the left is the integration of this controller into the battery pack. In this case, it is not the electrical vehicle, but CEA's laboratory that has been done through MATLAB Simulink blocks. And thanks to the help of DATIC, dealing with all the communication elements. And then what we have is at the right side a diagram that explains a little bit what is the developed controller. First of all, we built a baseline controller, defining 3 different zones, different states. So what we defined was, based on the temperature the battery is, define if the battery is cold, if it is cold, or if it is in an optimal operation zone. This means if it is hot, what we have is to act and cool down the battery. If it is cold, we have to heat up. So what we have is 3 states that define if we have to act with the chiller or if we have to act with the heating up actuators, that are those 3 resistant areas. And this two states are separated by two temperature thresholds. And once the temperature threshold of the battery surpasses, once the battery surpasses this threshold, the PID controller will act. So in this case, what we have is one controller for the chiller, for the cooling down actuation, and three PID controllers that control independently each of the heating resistance areas. And just to mention that we use the Siegel-Nichols method to parameterize the PID controllers thanks to a test done in CEA laboratory that was focused on doing stepwise perturbation to the battery. And we observe, if we can see, if you see the figure at the left side, you can see the blue line that represents the battery temperature evolution under that perturbation, and the red line will be the result of applying the Siegel-Nichols method. And in the box that my face is hidden, you can see the values that were used on the PIDs. Okay. Okay. Then we have already the baseline controller. So what we did is add smart features. We add smartness to that simple controller that works smooth and in a stable way. So what we did is focus on lengthening the life and lengthening the use range. For that, I will start with the features added to lengthening the use range. That first of all is a conservative cooling heating when parked. So when we are parked, what we do is increase the optimal operation zone. Why? The degradation due to the calendar aging and strength events is smoother than at cycling aging. So what we do is we consider that it's best to not spend energy on those cases that is unnecessary. If we are in between, maybe for cycling they are not acceptable, but for calendar the operation, the resting time, the resting temperature range that can be the battery is lengthened. So what we do is use that as a energy saving element. And then what we have is the reduction of temperature set point if conditions are met. This addresses the fact of having a sudden fast charge, where we know that the battery will have a huge increase on the temperature. So what we do is, if the vehicle is able to give us information about that, the controller will reduce the objective temperature, the maximum threshold of the temperature, and in this way we will cool down more than what it should have cooled down without this feature. And in this way, when the fast charge comes, we will, first of all, reach lower temperatures, reducing like this the maximum temperature and reducing like this the aging effect of that event. And also, what we will do is maximize the fast charge event, the energy that can be charged in that period of fast charge, because we will reach lower temperatures and therefore the restrictions imposed by the state of function will be lower, and we will be able to charge more energy in that period. So these are the features focusing on lengthening the use range. And then we have the features, two features to lengthening the life. That is, first of all, the optimal sport mode that will modify the aggressivity of the controller based on driver's wheel. This maximizes the efficiency of the applied energy in the thermal management system. So at the end, what we will achieve is maintain the battery in the optimal in the optimal operation zone while consuming the energy that that feeds to the driver's performance, to the driving of the drivers. And then preconditioning when parked. We have said that when we have the vehicle parked, we have a conservative cooling heating, and we increase that temperature range. So when we will use the battery, will use the vehicle, we have to precondition it in order to start in an optimal state. So this is something that will provide us an optimal start of the vehicle. So all this was developed and implemented in, first of all, in the simulation environment that CEA developed, and then in the CEA's laboratory. So what we have done is see how it performs, validate the performance through simulations and through tests at lab level. And I will show you a little some results from those validations. First of all, through simulations. So through simulation, we validated, first of all, the overall stability of the controller. We have here the conditions where the controller was tested. We can see here a current profile, a real driving cycle given from Audi, plus a fast charge. And what we observed is that in a normal performance, the controller is able to stabilize, to bring the battery temperature to the optimal operation zone and to work in a smooth way. So this is what we obtained from this first simulation. The second one was to observe how the sport mode works. So we observed that the controller is more aggressive. There are more dynamic in cooling, in the changes of cooling, so it reacts faster to the heating of the battery, and but it is still stable. So this is what we were able to observe in this validation. Then what we did is check how the added feature that maximizes the charge event works. So what we did is the vehicle sends this signal at the below, and we can see how the controller gets saturated when this signal is sent. This means that the controller tries to cool down more than what was expected, bringing down the temperature of the vehicle, of the battery, and reaching lower maximum temperatures at that fast charge event. And finally, what we validated through simulation was the performance of the energy saving when parked, and also the preconditioning system. And what we observe is that based on if we are the contact signal determines if the vehicle is switched on or switched off. So if it is, if we are driving the vehicle or if we are parked, and also the preconditioning signal that is sent by the mobile phone, for example, telling the vehicle that we will take the vehicle in 1 hour time or something like this. So what we observed in this validation was that the controller was able to respond to those cases. Okay. And Then what we did is test it through simulations, test it, implement it in the battery pack, and check the performance. I am showing you three tests. In this case, we can see how, with this current profile, we obtain, in a sport model, we obtain a dynamic behavior of the controller, and how the inlet-outlet, these three temperatures are related with the battery temperature, and these two with the inlet-outlet. We can see how it is affected, the inlet-outlet temperature, based on our controller. And more or less the same with an exigent operation condition where the controller gets saturated because it's more exigent, and also in adding that signal that will count the fast charge and seeing how it saturates the controller. And thanks to this, what we saw is that we have developed a smart BTMS control strategy that has a continuous and a smooth control over the actuators, while, thanks to the additional features, we lengthen the life, minimizing the aging and adjusting the control strategy based on the driving profile, and we lengthen the use range by minimizing the total energy consumption and maximizing the charge event. Okay, all the smart features of the controller have been validated through simulation, and the stability and the applicability of the proposal has been observed through simulation and through the real test of the Audi's battery pack at lab level. And then, to sum up, mention that the design is simple and implementable. We have implemented it in simulation and also in a real laboratory with a real battery pack. And this is all. Thank you, and then we will have time for questions.
Thank you very much, Miquel. Yes, we will leave a moment for questions after all the talks. So now it's time for Dr. Nicolas Hasquet, Energetic System Platform Operation Manager at CIDETEC Nantes, and i-HeCoBatt Work Package 2 Leader on the thermal characterization of battery pack in extreme conditions. Please, Nicolas, you have the floor.
Yeah, hello to everyone. I hope you me properly. I will share my presentation. Just say me if it's okay on your side. Sorry, I have just beg. Just sorry to not be present with you today. It will be be a pleasure to be with you today, but not possible for me. Okay, sorry, we have some.
Nicolas,
yeah, I am.
Are you able to share the presentation?
Yeah, I've just trouble because I was not connected with on our VPN system, and my presentation is on the CE main server, but now it's solved. I think I share this content. Do you see my screen?
Now it's okay.
Okay, sorry for this delay, for this trouble. So yeah, welcome to everyone. I will talk with you with the work that the CA realized on the i-HeCoBatt test project that Miguel just described on the last presentation. We will talk about the simulation of the battery pack thermal architecture and on how we do to integrate the TMS control on the test and on this impact that we can observe with that. So the summary of the presentation, it's we will present the modeling approach that we apply at the CEA side. We use a two-scale of modeling. We do some CFD work that we will talk with some detail, and we work with BotCube version. It's tools developed by CA. And we used to fitting the experimental data explained just before by Miguel. And after we talk about the TMS control, just explained in detail by Miguel. So for the modeling approach, we use two different scales. We use a very fine approach with CFD computation. And with some mesh. On the left side, you can see result of meshing with 3 modules of the batch pack to have more detail that is possible to do with on module level with just the cells and the bus bar connection. And on the right side, you can see a ModCube version. It's an most fast and transition model with less detail, but with that we can increase with some computation with the CFD and some recalculation and adaptation. So for the CFD module level, we check one thing. It's to know if the situation is the same for all module in the whole batch pack, and that you can see on the left side. It's a evolution of temperature in the batch pack during heating with the heat exchangers. You can see, for example, that the module 10 in red are at the level of at the middle of the heating level on the graph, and have not the same evolution compared to example module 2017, and it's explained that we need to take in account the dependency and the difference of the environment for all modules. So with this experimental data, we understand that we need to have a more detailed model for each module. So we do the choice to do some CFD calculation. On the upper left, you can see the meshing, and you can see just on the down as the result of computation of temperatures for the simulation. And if we do some computation, you can see on the graph the computation of some average cell temperatures of the cell of the module. So the first part is the module 1, and on the middle it's module 2, and the most higher it's module 3. That is explained by because it's on 3 modules on the same on the cell channel of cooling. So the cooling arrive on the module 1. It's more cool than arrive on the module 3 because it's a little bit heating by the 2 modules before. So the approach is to do a meshing, simulation, and data computation. After to have a complete CFD, we saw that we have 3 module level computation, but we saw that we have some boundary condition change for each module. So we do a complete CFD calculation with the aluminum rail of the batch pack that you can see on the left, and you can see that the center of the model of the batch pack, it's most higher temperatures that's the other one on this example, and that show that we have a contrast between the central and central module and the external, explained by the boundary condition of external exchange. So to have a more faster and efficient model to be used, for example, for the TMS control and for do some comparison with real data, we use a ModCube version. It's a tools developed by CA, and it's a network of node that we do some calculation for each node, and we define interface. So we can define some resistance of and resistance and thermal transfer. So we can, for each point, we can define the evolution of temperatures, the temperature exchange, and all parameters. So by this way, we can do a more simple model and more faster calculation compared to the CFD model that we need to resolve all two phases on the mesh, and it's a long way and very high computation to work. So to compare CFD and the ModCube version, we check the example of the heat transfer for the heat exchangers coefficient, and we check on this example the heat exchanger we're getting to the top S-top. So it's the exchange between the cells, the bottom of the cells, and the heat exchangers, the upper surfaces of the heat exchangers. So you can see the two first data compute, it's CFD calculations with 16 and 8 liters per minute. And if we add the simplified geometry with a ModCube, we saw in red that we are very close to the other point, and with a model with less need of work of computing. So to check the model, we have checked if we the ModCube version are able to be efficient with compared to the CFD. So we do the same work to check with real data. So this is an example with the old heat exchangers and the A-sample heat exchangers. So this is an example of the cooling test. So we start at with a certain level of temperatures, and we cooling to arrive close to 25 degrees. And we saw that we have some equivalent evolution. It's not a perfect things, but we have same dynamics, and maybe not all boundary condition taken in count in the second. But most important thing is to check the motorway driving cycle and fast charge explained just before in the example with by Mikkel on the last presentation. We saw with dynamic profiles, so the ModCube taking account with the thermal exchange and the current solicitation on the cells. So we saw that we have we follow the dynamic of the test, and we have a good tools to evaluate the evolution and to predict the evolution of the cells, of the temperature of the cells in the old batch pack, to be able to find a good good strategy for the cooling of the batch pack. For the test that Mikkel told just before, we use real-time computers with model calculation based on MATLAB Simulink with the TMS strategy installed inside, and the TMS take a control on the chiller and on all test bench to send the strategy of cooling. The model compute the temperatures confirmed to the chiller and the battery pack, and apply strategy detailed by Mikkel. For conclusion, for this work of simulation and computation of the battery pack, we saw that we use a step-by-step approach with one module and 3 module channel with the same hydraulic series, and we complete with old BP with an experimental test with a huge climatic chamber. With the CFD simulation, we saw that we can have a good computation with compared to the ModCube, and have a good fitting with the experimental data. And on this work, we are able to check the model and to fit the model with 2 different heat exchangers, and able to compare the 2 test campaigns that we realized actually. Okay. So that's all from my side, and thank you, and I will be enjoy if you have any question.
Thank you very much, Nicolas.
Thank you.
So we have changed a bit the plan. It's just to gain a bit of time to solve one technical issue. We are going to open some questions. Do we have some questions from the audience here today? Not yet. So let me read some of the questions on Slido. For instance, there is a question when they say, has it been estimated how much longer could be extended the battery's lifetime?
Okay. We have not performed any aging evaluation on the project, so it is not easy to determine that. What we could define is how less impact we have from the temperature contribution on the aging. That is something quantifiable, but not how many more years we will have, because in one hand we don't have aging data, and in another hand we don't have the use of that. We could define a use case, but without aging data it is not possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And okay, I have another question, and it is which has been the main technological challenges about the different works that have been already presented, not for the whole project, but for instance, in your case, in your work package task, which have been the most challenging duties to solve during the project? You, Mikkel, because of the other one.
Okay. As coordinator, I would have said that the most challenging has been to deal with all the issues we have faced. We started 7 partners from where we had 2 vacant, and LOMARTOV replaced one of them. And all the COVID broken, all the delays piled up. I think that to coordinate everything, it has been really a challenge. Mm-hmm. And in terms of technical aspects regarding the work done by CIDETEC, I will say that we started with a machine learning based approach that in this moment, if you do something with intelligent AI, you will need data, or you will need to generate that data. CEA was able to develop a faster model, but not fast enough to generate the data required to develop this kind of approaches. And therefore, what we faced was the need to do some smart controller. And this is why we have this, the approach I have just presented.
Okay, thank you. And okay, okay. There is a partner missing today in the workshop, so I would like you, if you can say some words about the work that have been developed by DATIC within the project.
Yeah, of course. DATIC focused on the communication, the data management, the cloud concept, as well as the diagnosis and safety assessment, thanks to a user-friendly interface, interpreting that data in the cloud management. And it has not been the core of the project, I would say, but it has given the project interesting feature that as well contributed on integrating the developed controller on the real battery pack. So I'm really thankful for the work, and it was a pity that they couldn't assist, but I think that they have done quite nice work in the project, and I wanted to congratulate them.
Okay, thank you. So we can continue with our talks. Now it's the time of our colleagues. I'm really pleased to invite our colleague, Dr. Enrique Moliner, which is a Senior Sustainability Technologist at LOMARTOV, and he's going to show impressive figures on the environmental performance of the new heat exchanger with respect to the state-of-the-art solution. So, Quique, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Isaac. So, well, my speech today is on the benefits and opportunities of the eco-design for e-vehicle components, and I will do it through an example, through a clear example of successful implementation of eco-design, which is the product developed in our i-HeCoBatt project. Sorry. So what we have here is a very brief summary of the main achievements in our project. We have a new flexible cooling system based on the MIBA technology and the flex cooler, which has been demonstrated to be fully functional, and which also incorporates some additional features like sensors and heaters by means of printing electronics technology. And this new product, when compared to the conventional cooling system, allow a carbon footprint reduction by over 64%. And according to our cost estimates, it can also bring economic savings in terms of production costs, significant economic savings. And in addition, what we have is a lighter system. And also, my colleagues already talked about the improvements in the thermal management of the battery pack, which results in extension of the service life of the battery pack, and also an increase of the powertrain efficiency, which means less electricity consumption during the operation of the vehicle. So we have here an example of eco-design providing environmental benefits, but also economic benefits both for the producer and the customer, the user of the e-vehicle. So the first idea I would like to highlight is that the development of greener products does not necessarily involve more expensive product, higher costs. And these kind of achievements can be done through eco-design. So I would like to give answer to these kind of questions today. What is eco-design? Why applying eco-design? How to apply it? And then I will briefly explain this through our success case of eco-design in the project. And finally, as a conclusion, I will highlight the benefits and opportunities in eco-design for the companies. So let's give an answer to this first question. So eco-design consists in integrating the environmental aspects in the process of product design and development. But it is not just about environment, but what we do with the eco-design is to give to these environmental aspects the same level of importance as receive other specifications that are traditionally considered in this design process, like the product quality or functionality, the safety, the legislative requirements, the costs, and so on. And the objective, therefore, is to complete with all these specifications, all these technical specifications, and at the same time minimizing the environmental impacts of the product through the whole life cycle. So eco-design follows this life cycle thinking approach. It considers all the life cycle stages of the product, from the cradle to the gate, from the extraction and processing of the raw materials used in the product, the production, the distribution and the use, and finally the end of life. So we should consider all these aspects related to all the life cycle stages to be sure that we are developing a product with improved environmental performance. So this is a very brief introduction to the eco-design, and now we are explaining why it is so important to follow this, to apply this eco-design and to follow this life cycle thinking approach. And well, let's say that traditionally the focus or the efforts for environmental improvement of the products have been put on very specific stages, mainly on the production stage, because it is where the manufacturers feel more comfortable or where they feel that have more control or full control. But the problem is that there are other life cycle stages that can also have really important environmental impacts, like the materials used for the product, the extraction of these materials, the end of life of the product, or for instance the use stage, which is especially critical in motor vehicles. Either they are combustion or electric vehicles, because at the end we have a vehicle consuming fuels or electricity during a lot of years, maybe 10, 15, or even 20 years, so the impacts in this stage are huge. So it is very important to change this paradigm and to widening the scope of the environmental improvement actions to other life cycle stages, if possible to cover all life cycle stages, because it is the way in which we will be able to move towards sustainable consumption and production. And this is something that we should be able to do from the very early stage of product development, from the design stage, because once the product is fully designed and it is launched for mass production and it enters into the market, it is very difficult to apply significant changes that could result in important environmental savings. So this is why it is important eco-design and following this life cycle approach and considering the whole life cycle of the products. Well, and now let's explain a bit more about the eco-design, how to apply eco-design. Well, I'm not explaining in 5 minutes how to apply eco-design, but I would like to say that it is a systematic procedure, so we cannot apply eco-design in a randomly manner, but it is something that must be done in a systematic way. You have here the whole eco-design procedure, which involves several steps, from the creation of a multidisciplinary team up to obtain a product prototype, a co-design product prototype. But I would like to stress the importance of some of these steps. First, we have 2 steps where we are conducting an environmental assessment of the product. One will be the environmental assessment of the current product, of an existing product, because the eco-design usually involves the redesign of an existing product that wants to be improved from an environmental perspective. And then we will apply again the environmental assessment once we have proposed some co-design measures to improve the product. So the idea is to know the environmental impact before and after the application of these co-design measures to be sure that we are actually achieving environmental benefits. And for this purpose, there are several tools that can be used for the environmental impact assessment, but the most widely used and the most recognized tool is the life cycle assessment. So this methodology is first applied to calculate the impacts of the current product across the different life cycle stages, and this is really useful because in this way we are able to identify the environmental hotspots of the product. I mean, the life cycle stages or the processes or the aspects that are more critical in environmental terms, the aspects that has the greatest impacts. So in a further step, this information will allow us to propose co-design measures to address these specific aspects and reduce their impacts. And then, as I told you before, we need to also apply the LCA once we have developed a co-design concept to be sure that we are achieving actual environmental benefits and to avoid what is known as problem shifting, which means that we often apply some environmental improvement actions to reduce the environmental impacts of the product, but what we are doing is to shift the impacts from one stages to others, or from one region to other, or from one process to others. While at the end, what we achieve is even to increase the overall impact of the product, so we are achieving just the contrary of what was expected. And this is what we can avoid with the LCA. And well, and another very important step in the eco-design process is the proposal of eco-design strategies and actions. And you have here a summary, an overview of all the type of strategies and actions that could be applied. So you have there actions linked to every life cycle stage, to the materials, to the production, to the distribution, to the end of life, to the use. And there is no one single solution that works for all products, but we must choose specific actions depending on our product, depending on the driving factors that motivate our co-design project, and well, depending on the feasibility of each solution in technical, economic, regulatory terms, and so on. And all these aspects are analyzed in detail in a co-design project. So I would like to insist that this is something that it is not applied randomly, but it is a systematic procedure supported by scientific sound methodologies like the LCA. And well, I'm now explaining a bit more about the eco-design, putting as an example our heat exchanger developed in the i-HeCoBatt project. So this is the LCA of the current cooling system. And what you can find here is how the different components of the current cooling system contribute to different environmental impact categories. So you can find in the blue bars that it is quite clear that there are two components, which are the environmental hotspots, which show most of the contribution to all the environmental impact categories, which are the aluminum cooling system and also the thermal gap filler made of a silicon compound. So in the project or in the new product, it was clear that it is necessary to attack these components to improve the performance, the environmental performance of the product. So we have here all the set of eco-design strategies and actions, and these are the ones that, and these are the ones that we're applying in the current products. So the aluminum cooling system was replaced by a plastic-based cooling system, a flexible plastic-based cooling system, which these plastics has a lower energy content than the aluminum, and it was also possible to eliminate the thermal gap filler. So we have improvements in terms of materials. It was also possible in this way to achieve a very significant weight reduction in the product, around 90%. So this also translates into benefits for the distribution, for the product distribution. And then there was another strategy, which was the integration of function by means of the printed electronics. So the flexible flex cooler was printed with these sensors and actuators on the heaters to improve the thermal management of the battery pack. And this also represents an alternative manufacturing process to the conventional electronics used in the battery pack for the thermal management. So I would say that this printed electronics technology also delivers many opportunities for production optimization, as you can shorten the process or make it simpler than with the conventional electronic components. And well, and I also explained before that there are other benefits with this system related to the durability of the battery pack or to the reduction of the electricity consumption during the use, thanks to the lightweighting of the vehicle with this lighter system, and thanks also to the improvement in the powertrain efficiency because of the thermal management system and the lightweight. So if we compare in this spider web graph, you have a comparison between the current cooling system and the new one developed in the project, and it is a qualitative comparison where we can find that for most of the strategies and life cycle stages, we have achieved improvements. I would say that only in the end of life, we may have some worse scenario because we have the initial product, which has a very big amount of aluminum, which is highly recyclable, while the plastics of the new system, maybe today with the infrastructures and capabilities for end-of-life vehicle recycling, will harder be recycled by maybe in the future. Anyway, this is only a qualitative comparison, but to be sure that we are actually achieving environmental savings, you know we need to apply the LCA. And you have here the comparative results of the LCA of the existing system and the new one. So we have in the dark blue bars the reference, and then in the green bar you have the new cooling system, and you can find that we achieved very important environmental savings, even including the printed electronics. The electronic components are not included in the existing product, but even including them in the new one, in the assessment, you can find that we still have a lot of benefits in environmental terms. And we also make an estimate of the benefits that can be achieved during the use stage thanks to this new system. This is the reduction of the carbon footprint of the greenhouse gas emissions thanks to increased powertrain efficiency with the new system. So we investigated what will happen with this for different ranges of powertrain efficiency, and you can find, if we compare the benefits against the impact of producing this system, you can find that we can reach up to 10 times savings compared to the impact of producing this new system. So these are very interesting results. And finally, as a conclusion, I would like to talk about the benefits and opportunities for companies. It is clear that through the eco-design, we can improve the environmental quality of the product, but not only the environmental quality, but the technical quality. The eco-design involves a detailed analysis of the current product, so it is possible to find technical hotspots as well and apply improvements from a technical point of view. It is also possible to achieve cost savings, as demonstrated with this new product in the project. It is also a way to promote eco-innovation in the companies, which is always good. And it can be a tool to anticipate future regulatory changes. And finally, eco-design is also a tool for green marketing. There are many tools that the companies can use to communicate their environmental achievements and the implementation of eco-design, like eco-labels, certifications, and so on. And at the end, it's also a way to achieve new markets and new customers more environmentally aware. So all of this translate into an improvement in competitiveness. So that's all. Thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, I will be delighted to reply.
Thank you very much, Enrique. I can't emphasize enough how important it is for every new development. So thank you for your presentation. And now we go back to the screen to invite Dr. Pierre Waldman, Head of Thermal Management for High Voltage Batteries at Audi. He's going to introduce the main challenges and strategies to in-car integration of the proposed heating and cooling solution. Please, Pierre, the floor is yours. We cannot see you.
Yeah, wait a second.
No, perfect.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I want to talk about the integration of the i-HeCoBatt heat exchanger into the Audi battery pack. Therefore, I will share my screen. Can you see my screen? Should be possible now, right? Okay.
Everything is fine, yes, sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so first of all, I want to go for an introduction of the Audi e-tron 50 Quattro. What is the vehicle where the current battery pack is implemented and the battery pack we wanted to change. Then I'm going to show you the actual Audi e-tron battery pack. And then I'm going to show you the steps that were possible and were needed to adapt that existing battery pack and assemble the new heat exchanger from i-HeCoBatt project. Okay, so just as I said, just a small introduction of the vehicle where the battery pack is implemented in. So on the left side, you can see the Audi e-tron 50 Quattro. On the right side, you can see the powertrain of that vehicle. In that project, we were focusing on the battery pack. So yeah, just to show you where the battery pack is located, you can find it on the right-hand side. The battery pack. In the Audi e-tron, we have two battery pack sizes. We are looking for or into the smaller one right now. You can see the specs on the right-hand side of the presentation. So we only have one floor here. The bigger battery pack would have two floors on the end. There would be one more floor with extra modules. But due to the higher complexity to integrate a new concept of the heat exchanger into existing battery pack, we decided to go for the lower complexity with only one floor, and that is why we used the smaller battery pack. That battery pack has a nominal voltage of 400 volts, which comes from 324 prismatic cells. Three cells are in parallel. All the others are in serial, and that is how we get the 400 volts. The energy that the client can use is 71 kilowatt hours. And yeah, we have a peak discharge power of 280 kilowatts for 18 seconds, and yeah, and we have like 190 kilowatts peak charge power for 80 seconds. And yeah, as you can see here, this is existing heat exchanger in the battery pack in the current one. That's the one we were exchanging. At the in this configuration, the battery pack has a weight of 580 kilograms. Yeah, here are some details. I don't want to go too much into detail. Just two things that are important for the project. As you can see here, we have like a closed housing, where all the modules are placed in. And underneath that housing, we have at the moment the current heat exchanger. You need to keep that in mind because we are going to change and adapt that existing battery pack to being able to implement the new i-HeCoBatt heat exchanger. And on the right-hand side, you can just put that into the slides to show you how what's the size of that battery pack. So it's a pretty huge battery pack. Yeah. So let me talk about the adaptation process of that battery pack that I have shown you. So first of all, we had to remove the existing heat exchanger. Then we had to cut out the bottom of the housing. Yeah, that is in the existing battery pack. It's closed. It's a closed one. We don't need that anymore because we have now flexible cooler. Yeah, and then we also had to glue an additional frame so that we have like an area where we could mount the new flexible heat exchanger too. Second step was to pre-assemble the i-HeCoBatt heat exchanger. Yeah, we had to mount some bearing plates to avoid gaps between the cell module and or two cell modules that are close to each other, because the flexible heat exchanger, if it's under pressure, it will go into the gaps, and that is why we needed to avoid gaps so that we don't have any leakages or something like that. Next step was to position and mount the new heat exchanger on that housing. Then and then you need on the other side of the flexible heat exchanger, you need something that can take the force from the flexible heat exchanger if it's under pressure. Yeah. And that is why you need a bottom plate, an extra one. Yeah. Next step was the fixing of the piping of the liquid distribution. You can see here. And yeah, that was a pre-assemble that was done by MIBA actually. And then the battery pack came back to Audi again, and we did the final assembly of the battery pack. So we had to insert, of course, again the cell modules into the battery pack housing. Yeah, then of course we had to connect the cell modules with the bus bars again, and assemble the cell module controllers and LV cables. Yeah, and then there was an additional step that is not needed in the existing battery pack, because on the flexible heat exchanger we have heating elements, and to give the power to that heating elements, of course we needed to have an additional power supply. So you can see here, so we use plus and minus terminals of the battery pack, and from there on we are having we're having the cables going to the HV power supply. Yeah, and the last steps were to really go for because the heaters, of course, need some electronics to be controlled, and yeah, that electronics had to be placed somewhere. And what you can see here is the second floor of the bigger battery pack. We just used that and put in one of that areas here where usually a cell module is placed. We placed the electronics and control unit for the heating elements and for the temperature measurement and so on. Yeah. And yeah, last point was to, of course, seal everything so that we can use the battery pack. And that was pretty much it for the integration of the heat exchanger into the battery pack. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Pierre. We'll leave the questions for the end of the block. So if you remain available, it will be nice if there is some specific questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you. So, and finally, I invite to Alois Sanleitner, project manager at MIBA, leading technology development in battery components, which will explain the multiple benefits of the flex cooler heat exchanger optimized within i-HeCoBatt. Since the presentation contains confidential information, it will be only available for the people in the room. So please, those of you attending online, we kindly ask you wait a bit. You can listen but not see the presentation. Sorry about that. Thank you for your understanding. And so please, Alois, you can start, but it's only 30 seconds. It's okay? You can start. One minute to stop the recording.
1 second. Yeah, I will give you a signal as soon as you can start.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon. I hope I can make the wait worthwhile for you. Before I say something about the flex cooler, I say something about MIBA. MIBA is a company with history, so we are in the components business of automotive for a long time. We have started with e-mobility in 2017 or 2016, and since then developed products, and one of the products I'm introducing today is the flex cooler. But we are making many other products. Some of those you see sinter components, you see engine bearings, friction materials, coatings, power electronic components, and special machinery. We are a global company. We have 31 sites globally, and we are more than 7,000 employees. The e-mobility solutions of MIBA comprise a variety of products. So our presentation is a little bit slow. So we have battery components, you will hear about that. We have hairpin stators, we have high voltage fuses, we have coatings, these pre-charge resistors, friction I mentioned, an axial flux motor. It's a motor with a certain form factor, so the axis is very short. We have these classical sinter components, and we make our own battery systems in a daughter company called Voltlabor. Now to the battery components. The components I'm talking about today are the flex cooler and i-Flex cooler. We have a battery housing, and yeah, we will see about that. You know, conventional cooling is something many are familiar with, which is basically made of aluminum. It's a rigid plate, and it's also heavy because it needs some material strength, and the issue is when you have something rigid and you place another part that's rigid on it, you always have air gaps. And air gaps are isolating thermally, so you need to overcome those air gaps, and that's where you put in the gap filler. I will later talk a little bit more about this. This brought us to
revisit this concept in particular because of these air gaps and the gap filler, and introduce the flex cooler. This is an example of it. And I'd like to point out what flexible means. So flexible means, okay, you can do this to the flex cooler, but it's not elastic. Elastic would mean it would go back to the position. It stays where you bend it. And it's pretty light, and it's, yeah, it's different from an aluminum plate. So certainly, you could already see the first advantage. It's light and it's flexible. And slim, of course. And the big advantage really is, since it's flexible, it will adhere to a rigid surface, and you won't have any air gaps. So you get rid of the necessity to use a gap filler material. Just to illustrate this a little bit more, on the, I think this has a laser pointer, does it? Oh, not very good. On the left side, you can see a conventional cooling system, which is on top batteries. Then you have the gap filler material. Then you have an aluminum profile, and inside the aluminum profile, you have cooling liquid. And you can already see when you do this system, reproduce this kind of system setup with the flex cooler, then things are saved, and the gray dotted line indicates space saving. So you don't need as much space as you would need with a conventional cooling. And the other thing is, if you really produce a system in production, you always have the issue that not every battery cell is equal, so you have tolerances. And you need to compensate for those tolerances during production. If you have a flexible component, you can take up many of those tolerances, and you don't need to worry about the tolerances so much. How does it work? This is the setup. We introduced the flex cooler, and you see these different tolerances, and as you inflate the flex cooler, as you bring in the cooling liquid, it adapts to the battery pack, to the bottom maybe, or to the side of the battery cell, and so on. This is, I just like to sum up a few facts I have presented so far. So no gap filler, it's lightweight and slim, it does this tolerance compensation, and it can be, which I haven't shown you due to time, can be highly integrated. I told you it's slim, so it can go easily in between batteries, and you can realize cooling geometries you can't realize normally. Just to illustrate that, I'll show you an example of side cooling with cylindrical cells. On the left side, you see something you would find in a Tesla, for example. You see the cooling in between the cylindrical cells. You again see the gap filler, you see the aluminum profile, and you see the cooling liquid. On the right side, you see how this would look like with a flex cooler. And you can already see, due to its flexibility, you can imagine if you have a cylindrical cell, it just adapts to the shape of the cylindrical cell, and you can basically cool very nicely a cylindrical cell with this. So just for illustration, I show you this example again. And this is a battery pack, let's say an illustration we built. You can see the cylindrical cells on the left side, and you can, in between there's a window where you can see the flex cooler, and on the right you can see the flex cooler as it has adapted this shape of the cylindrical cells. This basically leads to enlargement of the cooling surface, and you can nicely take away the heat from the battery. Some things you have already heard about, low carbon footprint. It's an enabler for recyclability. Why? Because those gap fillers are sticky and they actually harden. So in the end, your battery cell will be completely adhering to a conventional cooler. Since you don't need a gap filler, you can just bring the cell close to this heater, flex cooler, and when you disassemble the battery, you just disassemble it, you take it apart. No need to disassemble the glue, which is actually impossible. So the recycling concept nowadays are just destroying the complete battery in a shredder because they can't disassemble the glue. With this, you just take out the cells and you can have the cells separately, for example. It works for cell types. It's safe and intelligent. To the intelligent, I come in a moment. Just for all cell types, just to illustrate that, in the middle you see an example of what we call a structural pack. So you can, despite this being flexible, you can make something what's called, where you make a battery pack that takes up the forces and provides additional structural support. Okay, it's well tested. I mean, if you see this, you may think, okay, it's very flexible, it's thin. Can it last long? Will it survive the requirements of automotive? And these are a few parameters. Of course, the cooling performance needs to be okay. We have done burst tests with this, so we have applied 9 bars to it, and it does not break. We have done accelerated aging, so we are now at 30 years of aging with this component. So I think there is no car out there except classical cars that survive 30 years. And also those are repaired already. We have done all kinds of cycle tests. Since this is a flexible component, you can, if you do pressure cycles, the pressure cycles make a big difference. So it's not only about maximum pressure, it's about cycling forces that make a difference. Of course, you can, if you have friction, then you can destroy this and the component could be damaged. We have done those kind of tests and easily survived. Electrical tests, and we have also done fire resistance. That's an interesting test I'm showing you today. This is a needle penetration test. So we took a needle and punched a hole. So essentially the cooler would be leaky, but because of its flexibility, what you can see here now is a model of cylindrical cells, and you can see the flex cooler behind the first cylindrical cell, and that's also where the hole would be. And if you apply pressure to this, what you see is that liquid is actually not leaking out. So no magic, the hole is still there, but because the flex cooler is forming such a tight contact with the battery cell, no liquid is leaking out. So this is also a safety feature, one could call it. It's not so critical that there are, eventually it will of course matter if there is a hole, but it will go through certain cycles, and we simulated those. Can you help me out? In that, which direction? Okay, okay, thank you. So you see a pressure cycling with this hole. You can see that this, you can nicely do the pressure cycles and it survives. Already the next image came up. This is a simulation of a thermal runaway of a cell. So we filled up an aluminum cell with a heater, and the heater heats up the cell to 850 degrees. So we applied 850 degrees to this flex cooler and then looked at it whether it's still tight, whether it got leaky or so on. This is what it looks on one side. So you clearly can see it's of course burned on the side where it has 850 degrees because we have an isolating polymer layer on this. So this will of course be damaged. But when you turn it around, there is no damage visible, and even more though, it stays tight. So I would say in most of the cases where you have thermal runaway with battery cells, this cooler will survive the thermal runaway and will still be cooling while the cell itself is dead. So we have passed this, and I'm talking just for a moment about intelligent. So we have developed all kinds of sensors, some of them in i-HeCoBatt, that allow to do temperature sensing, humidity sensing, impact sensing. Why is this important? If you think about humidity sensing, maybe there is a leak somewhere, you can then sense the leak early on and maybe bring the car for a service. The same is if you have had an impact to the bottom of the car, you could sense if the impact actually also if actually the cooler itself was feeling this kind of impact. Just to give you a few ideas, this is an example of a heater. So you can see also all kinds of connections. So this is one kind of connection, this is another kind of connection, so many different variants of the flex cooler possible. This is a heater, so you would place your cells on top of this heater, and then the advantage with this will be your heating surface is the closest possible to your battery. So you will have an efficient transfer of heat to your battery cell. And yeah, with this, just mentioning printing sensors and heating on such a fold is reducing the assembly effort a lot, because all you have to do is you place your fold inside and you have all the sensors there and you have the heating there. If you do this separately, you have a lot of wiring effort during assembly, and of course this means costs. So there is another advantage if you combine things into one product. Okay, with this I think I sum up. Okay. You heard about the CO2. Depending on what you look at and what systems you compare, you can get a 10-fold lower CO2 footprint of this product. We are in serial production. We have a capacity of 100,000 pieces per year, and we are expanding this. And yeah, with this and the summary of the advantages, I stop here and happy to address questions.
Thank you very much, Alois. It's very interesting, yes. So I think that we have time for some questions. I would like to see, okay, first of all, if we have some questions from the audience here present. Is there any question? No? Okay, so let's go to Slido. Okay, so we start with the most voted. Which are the advantages that i-HeCoBatt provides in environmental terms? Okay, we have already seen the work by Enrique, but if you can summarize the main features.
We already explained about the environmental benefits, but it is basically from the cradle to gate, meaning from the extraction of the raw materials to the production and the delivery of this product at the factory gate. We have a reduction in the environmental impacts because of the new configuration of the system, which avoids lighter product, and it uses plastics rather than the aluminium, and it also avoids the need of the thermal gap fillers. So we achieve significant savings in the production. And then we already mentioned that with the integration of the sensors and the heaters, it is also possible to have a better thermal management of the battery pack, which also provides benefits in terms of increasing the service life of the battery and increase the also powertrain efficiency. And this, together with the lightweighting of the vehicle, means also significant environmental impact reduction during the operation of the vehicle, during the use stage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So we can go to the next question. Okay, this one we have already asked before. So the next question is, what will be the next steps for the i-HeCoBatt heat exchanger? Further scale up? Maybe Alois, yeah.
Yeah, as pointed out, of course, the goal of the project is to make an industrialized component, and we certainly want to scale up and are in the process of scaling up the product and are in first serial productions. And we will see where we go from there.
Okay. Which is the program timeline to each step? It is something really close to now, or?
I can't disclose that, but usually from, let's say, an A sample to a start of production, you can think about 2 years, 2 to 3 years, and we are in the middle of that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so another one about the environmental performance. Considering the results of the eco-design, which will be the most effective measure to apply in the short term? Kike?
Well, I think that considering, well, I think that the measures are the ones we have already implemented, and now it's the next step is the scaling up, but we also consider in the project or other options that could be implemented in the longer term, in further future redesigns of the product to continue increasing the environmental performance. So I think that probably the pending issue would be with the end of life and opportunities to also recycle this product, but this will mainly depend not only on the product but on the recycling processes, on the development of new recycling processes for plastics like chemical recycling, and also opportunities to recover, for instance, the conductive inks used for the printed electronics, which has really valuable materials.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thanks. And another one, we have time? Okay, it's another for Kike, but we were going to move Pierre. This is for Pierre. What is the lifetime of the plastic cooling pipes compared to the previously used aluminum? Maybe.
I would forward that to Alois because it's about the i-HeCoBatt heat exchanger, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe as pointed out, we are doing accelerated aging studies, and we have reached a point beyond 30 years. So I think sufficient for any application in automotive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aluminium, I guess, is almost infinite. So it's probably hard to beat.
Yes, but 30 years is good enough, yeah. Okay, so we can see, no more questions. Another question has emerged from the audience? Not really? Okay, so thank you all the speakers, and thank you all the attendees today. We have now reached the end of the first day of the Electromobility Technology Workshop, Driving a Greener Value Chain by i-HeCoBatt. I would like to thank on behalf of i-HeCoBatt Consortium and also from LOMARTOV team, all our speakers and the attendees who assisted us today. It has been an extremely fruitful day, I guess, for all, where we have discovered at first hand the position of policymakers to support a progressive and sustainable e-mobility adoption. And we have also known the privileged position of Valencia to be a key player in such a transition. Through the two roundtables, we have further delved into the current and future outbreaking technological innovations, and we have explored the European Industrial Alliance barriers and opportunities for the adoption of the next generation of electric vehicles. Then we have presented 4 different European leading innovations in sustainable mobility, covering different technological pieces of the electric vehicle, to end showing just now the main outputs from i-HeCoBatt project. So thank you all for your attention. I hope to see you all tomorrow, and also the followers in the streaming. For those of you attending the networking dinner tonight, you should have received some instructions from our team. If it is not the case, just contact Michaela, Evelina, or Marlene to provide you further information. So I think that it's all for today. Thank you all, and we can finish the session. Thank you.